Welcome back to Speedrun Ragnarok 2024. I'm your host for this next little bit, Trainer Anade, and we are ready to go right into Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time Glitchless all main quests being run by Goodgortho. Go ahead.
Hello, I am Gortho. I am here with Grego the Greatest and
Hello.
Game Boy, aka Kadrin.
Hello.
And I guess we can go ahead and start. You guys ready?
I'm ready.
3,
Yep.
2, 1, go.
Wow, it is good Goodgortho qubits. You're right.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Okay, so Ocarina of Time, Glitchless, all main quests. This is actually the first category I ever speedran, ever. The reason it is called all main quests is because there are actually 8 quests that are required to do in this run. So the category used to be called Glitchless Restricted. It was mostly tech-based. There were things that were glitches that you couldn't do and things that were allowed. But because it's so hard to define what actually is a glitch, what should be allowed and what should be banned, in order to preserve the route for this category, the community voted and decided to have these 8 quests that pretty much lock the route where it is. Because people were like, we like this route and we don't want it to change, and it feels more wholesome. Like
Really?
in the Glitchless set.
Sorry, really quick, before we get much further, we did have the file name selection bid ward.
Oh!
We forgot to put that in.
Oh, we did. Okay. Here, can I just restart it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we're not too far in.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was like, wait, let's do this before we get any further.
I have so many marathon runs coming up. I cannot remember which ones had incentives and which ones didn't.
Completely understandable. I'm glad I remembered in time.
Thank you. Let's get
What
it.
was the winning file name?
Okay.
So the winning name was Ziggy. Capital Z and then I-I-G-G-Y. Or, no, sorry, capital Z I-G-G-Y. Just one I.
Looks good?
Yep. Just like that.
Okay.
Perfect.
Alright. Let's do this again. 3, 2, 1, go. Ziggy.
Second time's the charm.
Should I just act like I said
since
nothing?
we were in the middle of it, you want to talk about intro?
Yeah, so actually when we do runs, we usually do not watch the intro. What was it, 2 years ago now or so? Intro was voted on and we actually skip it. But usually in a marathon setting, we'll still watch it. Also, if you watch it, you get a 2-frame advantage when you start. Link's actually 2 frames closer to the door. So that's a little advantage. But you... Go ahead, Grego.
We don't actually modify the game, which is kind of another reason that for marathon runs, with file incentives, you would want to use the intro, is because you have to actually save in Link's house after watching the intro, and then you basically just copy and use that file every time. So unless we wanted to watch it and then save and then go back, we got to watch the intro to use a file name, a custom file name.
Right. But normally, you would not catch me watching this intro. I used to run a category that's only a few minutes long, and you had to watch the intro every time. The run was just as long as the intro, pretty much.
Yeah, it's almost 3 minutes, and if you're doing a category that is prone to resetting right at the start, or a short category that the start is as good as pretty quickly, it can get very tedious to rewatch it every time.
But it is fun having the text box game. I try to hit the text boxes so I don't see any of the blue arrows or boxes. So you get rid of them frame perfectly. It's a fun little mini game. Which there are...
text spot smasher.
Yeah.
So this category has a lot of text boxes in it.
It does.
I think second only to the glitchless 100% category.
It has a few.
But I just treat it like a little mini game. The 8 quests that are required for this run. I'm not going to sit here and list them all off, but I will say when we get there, I'm going to be like, oh, that's a quest! We got a quest, guys! So I think the first one is like open door time with Song of Time? Oh no, feed Jabu a fish.
Yeah.
Feed Jabu a fish. That's our first quest.
And then you'll kind of see throughout the run, but the quests may sound arbitrary. Really, all that they're there to do is kind of keep us on a casual route. There's a lot of things you can do in this game, even glitchless things that can kind of break the intended flow of the game. And it just turns out that the first thing you actually need to do to make sure you're not sequence breaking is feeding Jabu a fish.
Mm-hmm.
So Gortho's about to gain control of Link here now, and you're about to see right away one of the kind of staples of Ocarina of Time speedrunning. We're going to start backwalking. Link moves at different speeds in this game, depending on how he's moving. Just walking forward, or side hopping, or you could even do backflipping. Backwalking is the most consistent way to move fast as Child Link. Side hopping, like frame perfectly, just all the way, is actually faster, but it's not significantly faster. And if you're messing up or missing frame perfect ones, you're often just losing time over backwalking. So you'll see a lot of backwalking. You will see side hopping in instances like this, but it's going to be a lot of backwalking, and especially as adults, backwalking is actually the fastest way of moving.
Did I beat Navi? Did I beat Navi to the chest?
I didn't see.
We did. Gaming. We're gaming.
There's a lot of little things in this run that kind of indicate how fast you're going. Obviously, just having a timer, being able to tell what pace you're on. But even things like the Navi timer, Navi will talk to you after so many seconds of being in a zone, in an area. And if you can get to a certain place before Navi talks to you,
Oh, man.
that's a good indicator of you being on good pace. Like for collecting the sword there.
Big part of AMQ's appeal compared to a lot of other categories, which are like super technical with glitches, or in glitchless 80% case just a bunch of big tricks and sequence breaks. AMQ is very heavily movement based and has gone very optimized because of that. So even for a world record is like 3 hours, 30 something. 30 or 40 something is 40 something minutes.
No, I think it's 3:39. I think Smoggy has a 3:39 something.
Yeah, but even for a category as long as that, it's getting to a point where like saving seconds is like a big deal,
Saving
just because of
frames,
how
you know.
yeah, saving frames just because of how optimized movement is.
Wait, Smoggy has a 3:35:21. What a gamer.
Yeah, there aren't really a lot of big kind of run killing things that have the potential to lose a lot of time, but because of the lack of those, there's not really a whole lot other to optimize than movement. So
Yeah,
you end up seeing runs that kind of tie there, or get really close to their stomach best.
yeah. We will be seeing a bunch of smaller tricks and like in dungeon kind of sequence breaks. We actually do have one coming up very shortly in Deku Tree, and it's a very well-known one. But in general, we won't be seeing any of the huge breaks since it's restricted so heavily with the goals that you have to meet.
It is funny though, and we can point it out in a little bit, but even though this is the all main quest category and the kind of idea is to pretty closely mirror something casual, there is still a lot of things that we can do, even with big restrictions. I think it just kind of goes to show just how broken Ocarina of Time is. Even in glitchless, you still see a lot of stuff that kind of makes you question the integrity of the category, I guess. But
Yeah, sometimes I'll see people in chats be like, how is that not a glitch? Oops, I couldn't hear him. So sometimes things look funky, but... Oh my.
Ooh.
Hold on, let me focus.
She's locking in.
I'm locking in for these spiders. These things are so annoying. Don't look at me, don't look at me, don't look at me.
Neat thing about the Skulltulas here is that you can actually sort of manipulate them by I guess I should address this first. We're gonna be doing a B1 skip, so we're skipping a very large portion of the puzzles on this floor by doing a precise jump here. Looks like Gortho failed it, but
Yeah, I paused.
yeah, should be getting here shortly.
There we go.
This trick is really precise. Obviously, they weren't intending to allow you to jump up there. They want you to go through and have to get the slingshot, go through the whole basement. But just kind of due to bad level design, there is a spot kind of where that water trails off, and you have enough height to be able to activate a jump and get up onto that ledge. It is very precise, though. It's not something that you can really just sort of eyeball.
Monka.
And here's the scrubs. Normally, if you were playing through this game casually, you'd talk to another scrub in a different part of the dungeon, and they would tell you the secret code. You actually need to defeat those scrubs in a specific order. And so that's what Gortho did. 2, 3, 1.
The power
Grego...
of memory, man.
Oops. I was supposed to store a jump slash there. Grego mentioned that we don't get the slingshot in this run. Really, the only place that affects us is in Dodongo's Cavern. We have to do a trick called Flame Skips, where there's eye switches that are intended to be shot with the slingshot, but we just get around the flames instead. I'll point it out when we get there. But while I do this, does someone want to explain power crouch stabbing?
Yeah, so in this game, whenever you do an attack, that gets stored as your current attack. And when the attack ends, it actually doesn't reset that value back to 0. Now, you have things like jump slashes and slashes, and like if you were using a hammer, you can slash with the hammer. But the crouch stab, when you're holding shield and then you press the B button, that actually doesn't have a specific value assigned to it. And so it ends up just using the previous value that didn't get unset from the previous attack. So whenever you do a crouch stab, it's actually just using the previous attack. So we can store a jump slash just by doing a jump slash. And then now our crouch stabs are going to have that jump slash damage. The crouch stabs are faster than the jump slash. It's also stationary, so it's a little bit easier to control. You can kind of cheese bosses pretty easily with the power crouch stab. And you'll see it used a lot. Not only on bosses, but just kind of enemies throughout the whole run. There's a lot of instances that it comes up.
Yeah.
Yeah, you saw before I went into Goma. Well, I was supposed to get a stick jump slash, but I did it after the cutscene. A stick jump slash is the equivalent of a Master Sword slash, right? That's right?
Master Sword jump slash.
Yeah.
So that does more damage than just the Kokiri sword. So we jump slash with the stick and then crouch stab, and we have this value of a higher damage value than what we would get with the Kokiri sword.
Yeah, so as child you'll see sticks used a lot, but the only thing that's more powerful than sticks or the Master Sword is the big Goron sword, and that's a little too much out of the way to get. So as adult, we'll just end up using the Master Sword. We did just beat our first dungeon, the Deku Tree. One of the kind of big things that might seem like an obvious thing for Glitchless is that we need to beat all of the dungeons, but it is actually possible to skip dungeons. So we do need to beat all of them, and that was the Deku Tree. When we talk about beating a dungeon on Ocarina of Time, you might think it's just beating the boss or getting the item from the end of the dungeon in your inventory, but we actually define it to be getting into the blue warp at the end, losing control in the blue warp, because at that point, that's actually when the game gives you the item and sets the flag saying you beat the dungeon.
Yeah, and for all main quests, completing all 8 dungeons is actually one of the requirements, one of the quests.
Sorry, do you want
You're good.
I was saying, it may seem kind of like not really relevant to define it so strictly, but it does come up a lot in glitch categories where obviously you can skip stuff, especially odd dungeons, since kind of something I have to worry about is how you define beating a dungeon.
Right.
I will say, specifically with your glitchless, there's been a lot of kind of semantics debates over the years about what is a glitch and what isn't a glitch. And especially in a game like this, it's really not a super easy thing to define. And for a while, we kind of took the approach of tech-based ruling. So, is clipping through a wall a glitch, or is doing like a trick with a bomb and giving yourself way more speed than you're supposed to have a glitch? And those are kind of like low-hanging fruit, sort of easy examples. But there are a lot of ambiguous tricks in this game that, is walking a glitch? Is walking out of bounds? Because you're out of bounds now, is walking become a glitch? And so this rule set is kind of just a product of that. The tricks in this game are way too hard to define. This is a glitch or this isn't a glitch. And so we just sort of found a way of preserving a route by naming some quests. The specific thing that actually kind of led to the current naming scheme, AMQ, was a way to get to the Spirit Temple as child, without having been to adult first, without the Requiem of the Spirit. And that would have allowed you to get explosives much earlier than you're supposed to, and kind of just defeat the whole point of the route.
Yeah, and the way that was achieved would have been allowed under that previous glitchless restricted rule set. So that's when there was a vote to pretty much lock this route.
Yeah, so all of the components of that trick are actually allowed individually. You're just not allowed to use them to do that trick, basically. And we'll see instances of all of those components later on. We can point them out when we get to them.
This category is very cutscene heavy, because there's no way to skip them, because without glitches. So lots of movie time during this run.
Lots of bathroom break.
Yeah. Snack breaks, bathroom breaks, coffee breaks.
Letting everyone know while we're here.
We can do that a lot.
Yeah.
Perfect. I'll just really quickly remind everyone, Take This Vision is for game communities to welcome and support people experiencing mental health challenges, as well as to recognize the humanity and mental health of game creators. All donations during this event are going to Take This, which is a great cause.
If we're talking too much, feel free to butt in like anytime you want for donations and anything
right.
else. If I forget to throw it to you. Yeah, I've been very excited to be here to help raise money for the charity. I actually just moved and I got internet like less than a week ago, and I haven't practiced because I haven't had internet or a stream set up, but I finally got that just in time, so...
It's fine. You'll be fine.
Yeah, this category is very experience-based. It's not, you don't really need to be super warmed up, but as long as you know what you're doing.
Yeah, the muscle memory's strong. I've been running this category now for almost 4 years. Like 3.5 years. My time is a... what is it? 354 XX. My goal is to get a sub 350. And then move on, sadly. Maybe. We'll see. So
right now we're heading to... Yeah. You can talk about it.
So now we're heading to the castle to meet Zelda. We have to get Zelda's letter and Zelda's lullaby. We're gonna collect rupees here because we will need them for the diving game to get the scale and also the Hylian shield. I'm waiting for night to enter because there's gonna be a waiting period anyways that we're gonna wait for this egg to hatch. So it's better to like do that waiting period outside, let it become night, because then the market has a lot less going on, so less lag, less people to run into, etc. So that's why I just waited a little bit.
It's not a crazy big deal in this category, but Ocarina of Time runs on a like day and night cycle. I think it's like something like 2 minutes for a day cycle and 1 minute for a night cycle of running in-game time. And there's a lot of categories where there's really tight day and night cycles, like to collect Scotolas or to get somewhere where you can only do something at night or day. Like I say, luckily it's not really too prevalent in this category, but that's what this is now. Anytime that there's not text on the screen or a cutscene playing, and we're in an area where time passes, we want to be trying to go as fast as we can from now on.
Can't you just throw the egg at the sleeping guy? I don't know, we could try it.
See, he's a really sound sleeper, but noises will wake him up. So it's only the chicken.
Oh, so you can't throw it at him because it doesn't make noise. Gotcha.
Yeah. So this is kind of an example of a sequence break here that maybe wasn't supposed to be intentional. The guards actually have worse vision at night, so it's easier to get past them. That jump there wouldn't normally be possible during the daytime, but because of the worse vision, you can kind of get around them.
So my goal is to get over to this guy before it turns day and equip the egg also before it turns day. Because when it turns day, there's a little text box that comes up that like locks your start button that says like, oh, a chicken has hatched from this egg or whatever. And you can press your C buttons during that, like I'm doing right now. So you want to have that equipped before that text box comes up. So we're just going to talk to him, get him out of the way.
And then normally you would actually have to push both of those milk crates to be able to get into the courtyard. But again, just kind of sort of a seemingly unintentional thing. You can actually jump off of it and then jump slash to get a little bit more horizontal distance and make it onto the ledge there.
Okay, so guards. I'm going to start side hopping, so I can't really explain things.
Yeah, so these guards, the way that they check for you being on the ground is actually kind of odd. You need to be on the ground effectively for 2 frames before they can see you. I don't know if Gortho's going to be going for the kind of hardcore way of doing it, but you can actually just side hop straight past these guards, and as long as you do it frame perfectly, they can't catch you. But just generally, their vision is kind of just spread out directly where they're facing. So if they're turned away from you, or if you're behind them, they can't really see you.
So I did the side hops at the beginning, but here I went safe. So I wouldn't get caught.
If you try and take this as fast as you can, it's very, very easy to lose a lot of time.
Very scary in marathon.
You pretty much just have to do frame perfect side hops the whole time, and that is scary.
We got another big cutscene here,
Yeah.
Zelda, so we're gonna be here for a few minutes.
This cutscene is actually particularly nice if you're running the category because there's about a minute of time that there isn't even text on the screen. It's just the cutscene playing. And so you have a little bit of time as a runner to kind of stand up and stretch or get water or use the bathroom or whatever.
We actually have a spreadsheet that someone in the community made for the best times to use the bathroom during this run, during this category. And it tells you how much time you have at each cutscene to go use the bathroom.
It is a little unfortunate because there's a long period of time that there's not really a lot of long cutscenes like that. We talk about there being a lot of cutscenes, and there are a lot of cutscenes throughout the whole run, but there are periods where there aren't a lot of cutscenes, or there aren't a lot of cutscenes that don't have text. So you end up kind of having to brace yourself for a long period of running.
Well, can I just mention one of the incentives we have open?
Yes, of
Yeah.
course.
So later tonight, after this, we're going to have a Link's Awakening 100% reverse boss order. And right now, we have an incentive open to turn it into a 3-heart challenge. And I believe that means that the runner has to do this reverse boss order with 3 hearts. And we got $10 from V Agent Zero saying 3 hearts should be enough for anyone. And donated towards that. Thank you so much for your donation, all going towards a great cause. And hey, we can make things more difficult for our runners too.
That sounds really difficult.
Yeah.
3-heart challenges are something. Zelda games in general. I believe it's possible in almost all of them to do it with just 3 hearts, but
I
I'm
think
pretty sure it is in all of them.
the rest of the night for this event is all Zelda games, so that's cool to kick off the Zelda-thon here.
we love
Yes.
Zelda.
Mhm.
I think Ice Blue is
Yeah.
up next with some Zelda. Should be
Yes,
good.
Ice Blue is going to do classic Zelda trilogy, and then Sushi Kishi is going to do that Link's Awakening.
Nice.
From
Talker is kind of
Cubits,
Zelda based.
can you side hop for the rest of the run to prove free will exists?
For you,
I don't
Q,
know.
anything.
Pre-tempting offer.
Side hopping to prove something. So we gain control here for about 3 seconds, and then straight into another cutscene. We got Zelda's letter there, and now we're getting Zelda's lullaby.
Playing
Yeah,
the
you can't-
song, learning the song for me is like one of the hardest parts of this run. I always mess it up.
Yeah, the way that you play songs in the Zelda games, or the N64 Zelda games, you use the C buttons. And if you're on a GameCube controller, the C buttons are spread across some of the unused GameCube buttons, and then the actual C stick. I don't know exactly how Gortho chooses to do it, but there's a lot of ways to play songs
I
just
want
because of the different button combos. Oh yeah, okay. Either way, songs are difficult to play.
Fun little thing about this, you actually can't save reset between getting the letter and getting the lullaby. Because if you do, it'll just revert you back to chicken if you don't get lullaby here.
I did not
Yeah,
know
they
So
that.
there's no-
Put in kind of a safeguard so that you can't accidentally not get Zelda's lullaby, because it's a very important song to have for a lot of different parts of the category, or different parts of the game in general. But as a result of it reverting you back to the chicken, that cutscene is basically rewatchable. So you can rewatch that cutscene as many times as you like, and there are actually categories that utilize that, for better or for worse.
Okay, we're finally getting control of Link again. We're gonna head to Kakariko.
So our goal right now is to get to Donna's Cavern, but there are a few things we need to get before we can do that. Or really one thing, but it's kind of a chain of things. Here's more of that backwalking.
This category is just a lot of backwalking.
Yeah.
Normally, we like glitched categories. You'd be like hessing everywhere.
Or
But-
wrong warping.
Yeah, not allowed here.
Yeah.
Keep your dirty glitches out of my speedrun.
Even Epona, unfortunately, it's too slow to go and get Epona to use Epona to cross Hyrule Field, so there are a couple instances that we end up just backwalking across the whole thing.
We were talking about the main quest earlier. Getting Goron Bracelet before airing the Dondo's Cavern is actually
That's
the
right.
first main quest
That's
we
the
do.
first one. I can't wait to finish my first quest.
I'm so excited, dude.
Me
You
too.
have no idea how excited I
We're
am.
so close.
Well, you
We're
already
so
did
close,
finish
dude.
1/8 of all of the dungeons.
That's true, but that's an eighth of the main quest.
If dude, if she did a dungeon 10 minutes into the run and 10 minutes is 1/8, then she's on pace for 1 hour 20 minutes.
Oh my gosh.
I'm a fucking genius, dude.
Um, can you
World
imagine
record
if I
pace by 2
PB'd?
hours.
I don't know what my time's looking like right now, but that'd be crazy if I PB'd. Let's just have like a god run today.
I'm feeling a god run.
It is possible. Like I say, this category is very movement based. And if you just have a good day,
That's all you need.
it's super doable. Yeah.
It's a good day that you're like not playing bad.
As in any run.
Right.
If you just don't play bad, your chances of success go up exponentially.
It's that easy. But yeah, Child 1 is just full of like cutscenes. Once we're out of Child 1, really the cutscene quantity goes down a lot.
There's a lot of things that you're expected to collect right away. And casually, you would usually be exploring in between and kind of getting a taste of, the whole world. But because we really are on a mission to get out of Child as soon as possible, we end up seeing all those cutscenes back to back. And even in sections like this, where technically there's a lot more movement than there was before, we still end up doing a lot of sitting around.
So normally to get to Lost Woods here, you would need an explosive, bombs or bomb shoes, but we light the torch in Durinia's room and carry it all the way up here to light the bomb flower so we can blow up those rocks and get over here because we need to go get Saria's song.
Having another talk with the owl.
Yeah, I think this is number 4? 3?
Yeah, I think so. You talk to the owl a lot through this run.
Yeah.
You can skip, I believe, almost every instance of the owl, but most of the techniques that you're able to use to do that aren't allowed in this run. Here is an interesting use of the power crouch tab. Notice we didn't actually store anything. That was the default slash, which is kind of a glitched value. It's not actually like a normal sword hit or something like that. But that default slash is able to kill the Wolfos in one hit. And then when the Wolfos is turned around, it actually does, I believe, 8 times as much damage as if you hit it on the front. So that's why we waited there for it to do its little animation.
Yeah, if you turn your back, like Link's back, towards the Wolfos, it'll immediately, like, try to attack you and then turn around. So that's why I turned around at the beginning.
I believe the thing with the Wolfos is actually that it hits twice, like in one. I think it's in one frame, because the default like uninitialized value for like what a crouch stab uses is literally just a Katiri sword slash. So I'm pretty sure it's not that it's some glitch value that lets you do a bunch of damage to the Wolfos. It's more that it's just hitting twice, and there's
Hello?
Hey,
Did Kadrin?
is Cajun still here?
yeah.
Oh.
Okay, cool.
I think you cut out, at least for me.
I didn't mean to. That was about all I wanted to say.
So we're doing a save warp here. If you save in this game, depending on where you're at, it's going to take you to a different place. So if you save anywhere in the overworld as Child, it takes you back to Link's house. I know some different games have different rulings on saving and quitting, but it's allowed in this category. And we do use it a few times. That was just the first instance of it. Rather than having to walk back through the Lost Woods and talk to the owl again, it's actually just faster to go back to Link's house before going to Goron City.
There was a period of time where save resets weren't allowed. And I think that was because this was way back in the day. We've allowed save warps for a while in Glitchless, but I believe it was because of Japanese rulings and how they did things, so we just kind of adopted that, like, everywhere. But it's interesting.
Yeah, I don't even think we mentioned why I'm playing on Japanese. Literally the only reason is because it's faster. The text is a lot faster. So, English
The actual
text.
game is exactly the same. It is
Yeah.
literally, it's a 1-bit flag that says English or Japanese for the NTSC version. And that 1 bit is set to, I don't know if it's 0 or 1, but we're on the Japanese version. Everything else is exactly the same.
I think
But,
English text for this category is like, I can't remember the exact time, like 5 to 10 minutes slower altogether? Something like
it's
that.
something like that. It adds up a lot in a category that's as cutscene heavy as this is.
Right.
So Japanese is far, far preferred.
Another thing to note is that we're actually playing on the Wii Virtual Console version. This game came out on the N64, and then it was re-released on the GameCube, and then re-released on the Wii Virtual Console. And it's purely for lag. There aren't any advantages that we gain on the Virtual Console version for this category, but it's not the N64. So there's the Goron bracelet.
Oh,
Now we're
we got a quest.
completely clear to enter Dodongo's Cavern and hopefully avoid cutscenes for a little bit.
We do lose a bit of time over N64 on resets because it has to you need the Wii Classic controller pops up like every time you reset, but we save so much on lag that it's not really an issue at all.
Right, and in this run, there are only 3 save warps total.
Is it just
Yeah.
3?
Yep.
What is it, Fire Temple
Wait,
after
4.
Requiem?
Sorry, 4.
Okay, yeah.
2 is child, 2 is adult. I forgot about
little
the
neat,
Fire Temple one.
yeah. Little neat thing about save warp, as we were talking earlier. As child in the overworld, it sends you to Link's house, like Grado said. As adult, it sends you to Temple of Time in the overworld, and if you save in dungeon, and that includes even like main dungeons and like Thieves' Hideout, Gan's Castle, stuff like that, you start back at the entrance of that dungeon.
There's actually one little known, very niche case. If you are adult and you save warp in Link's house, then you'll respawn at Link's house.
I did not know that either.
I think I knew that, but I forgot.
There's not really any reason to use it ever, like at all. Even casually, it's not really a common thing, but it is possible. Something that can be done.
So this dungeon, my main goal here is to not burn my shield. You might have noticed we didn't get Hylian's shield before coming here. You can. It only wastes 8 seconds opposed to getting it before adult, which is when I will get it. But I'm used to not getting it, so we didn't. So it's very easy to burn your shield, and without your shield you can't power crouch stab, which makes things a little harder. So
Luckily, there is a place to get a shield in the dungeon.
Yes.
There's 2 real kind of dangerous places that you can burn your shield. One is those flame skips that we were talking about earlier. If you mess it up, you can jump into the flame, and the flame burns your shield. And then later in the dungeon after that, there are fire keys, and if the fire keys touch you, that burns your shield. So we're trying to avoid that.
There are a few different rooms with fire keys where it can happen, but later in the dungeon, in that sort of bat section, is by far the most infamous.
It's very scary back there because you're already past where you can get that extra shield. So if you burn back there, you have to finish without a shield.
Yeah.
This is actually kind of an interesting thing. Normally, the way to solve this puzzle is by dropping a bomb at the front of the stairs. But for some reason, just because of the way that it actually checks for both of the explosions going off at once, if you drop 2 bombs near the back right section of the staircase, that actually counts as blowing up the whole thing. So obviously that's just faster to do, but on N64 and even on Wii, it saves a little bit of time and lag. Because there's not so many explosions going on at once.
Gonna grab this rupee for our shield. And this room is very scary, so give me a second.
So this is another one of the rooms with the fire keys I mentioned earlier. And we kind of have to do this little jump up onto the Armo statue to get a bit of time saved from not pushing it and having to climb up the ladder.
There's a lot of interesting instances of collision being kind of wonky. We're sort of able to abuse the way that the movement mechanics allow us to move pretty easily.
Oops.
So side hopping up onto the Armo statue is quite a bit faster.
I tried to skip that Navi text there. You can just backflip over it, but I missed it.
You kind of
Okay.
going under floors pops you up 50 units, and we kind of go up through a floor there, so we're able to jump on it when it looks like we shouldn't be able to.
We're about to see our first flame skip here coming up in just a minute. The first one is the easy one, and the second one is a little scarier, but let's hope for the best. Nice.
Flawless.
So there is actually just a little bit of ground on the corner of those platforms that you can stand on. And if you stand on that ground, then you don't burn yourself. So you can kind of do a parkour jump around the flame onto the next platform.
Yeah, there was an eye switch on the wall towards the ceiling. And usually you're supposed to just hit that with a slingshot, but we don't have a slingshot, so.
So this is the second flame skip?
This one is a little scary. Come on. Oh, that was close. Okay, we got it.
Nice. There you saw Gortho doing what we call ESS turns. There is a lot of movement options in this game, and there's a lot of kind of wacky names for them. But if you hold the joystick of the controller just outside of the dead zone, you can make Link kind of turn in place. And if you do that for the shortest amount of time, which is 2 frames, you can actually do what we call an ESS turn. It's that kind of little sort of tiny click of movement in place. It's the small turning.
Wait.
There's a lot of setups, more in the game than in this category specifically, that use those. But you will see quite a bit of ESS turning to get precise positions.
OT is a really special game in that sense because we have so many good, consistent movement options for setups that you can make almost anything consistent.
Yeah, anytime you see Gortho doing a side hop or a backflip or what we call a dry roll, where you're just neutrally holding target and pressing A, all of those movement options are completely consistent. They move you a fixed amount of units every single time. And the ESS turns move you a fixed amount of angle units every time you do them. So especially for more precise things, but even in some of the kind of trickier glitchless tricks, it's very, very valuable to have a good set of movement tools to use to get yourself in precise positions.
Okay, when we get in this next room with the keys, I'm just gonna need some, like, quiet for a minute because I need to listen for them. Please. This is the really scary part because if you burn your shield here, it's not fun. Please stay away from me.
Nice.
Okay. Alright, we're good.
Yeah, normally you would have the slingshot and be able to just kind of shoot them down leisurely before you try and get in there, but we're trying to go fast and we don't have the slingshot at all, so we kind of have to manipulate them a little bit to get them to try and stay away from us. It doesn't help that we have to be pushing the block the whole time.
Right. Pretty much I just listen for them to get louder, because then I know they're closer to me. But also you can see the shadow of them on the ground once they start coming towards you.
This is the hardest boss in the game.
This boss
King Dodongo.
is so hard.
Notice we stored a power crouch stab again with a stick. And so, even as a child, you can actually beat King Dodongo with just 2 hits, as you'll see here in a second.
So,
Oh!
That was close.
Imagine if I missed 2 cycle. Oh my gosh.
most of the bosses in this game have quick kill setups and aren't too bad, but King Dodongo is very pathetically easy.
Pretty much every single category has a very easy time with King Dodongo.
Yeah.
Trying to think. The only situation I can imagine that is maybe more difficult is if you're trying to fight him without strength, so you can't pick up the bomb flowers, and without bombs. You can actually feed King Dodongo bomb chews, but it's a lot more precise than just throwing a bomb into his mouth. And that sort of makes the fight a little bit difficult, but especially in Glitchless, but broadly across the game, he's a very, very easy boss. That's 2 out of 8 dungeons. We're 1/4 of the way on that quest.
1/4 of the way. This run is going pretty smooth so far.
Yeah, there haven't really been a whole lot of huge mistakes. Like I say, Dodongo's Cavern is a very big, has a very high potential time loss. If you fail the flame skips or lose your shield due to the keys, you're losing a lot of time. So smooth sailing for a little bit here.
Also, you may have noticed I'm picking up the heart containers. The only heart containers we're gonna get are, well, I'm planning on getting, are the 3 child ones. And the reason we need all 3 child heart containers is because the first temple we do as adult is Fire Temple, and this route actually skips the Goron Tunic. So instead of being able to walk through Fire Temple, normally, like, we'll have a timer, a heat timer. So once that timer runs out, then you die with the green tunic on. So what decides how much time you have on that timer is your health. So we need to have 6 hearts when we're going into Fire Temple and good health in order to do that dungeon without the tunic.
Kind of an interesting note that isn't going to come up in this category. The game actually stores your health in units of 16. So we talk about a full heart or a 1/4 of a heart or a half heart. There's actually up to 16 hearts. 16 portions of a heart that you can have. And that's not really a big deal. It's kind of common for games to sort of store things in ways that might not seem obvious to the eye. But the interesting thing is that the heat timer actually functions on units of 8. So an 1/8 of a heart is 1 second, I believe. And what that means is that if you have 1/16 of a heart, it actually doesn't register that you have any amount of health at all for the sake of the timer. And rather than making the timer 0, it actually just doesn't put up the timer at all. So we talk about getting hearts to make the heat timer high enough that we don't worry about dying in a room. You can also have health so low, but so close to nothing that the heat timer isn't even a factor. It is very risky because absolutely, literally any hit will kill you with 1/16 of a heart. But besides that, it's also just not allowed in the category.
Is it not though?
No, it's not.
I don't think it is, yeah. That's another one of those kind of things that it's like, there are things that decrement your health by 1/16. Obviously, we can access that glitch, but it's kind of odd to even say that it would be a glitch at all. Like, you're just taking damage and, you know, going into a situation with a timer.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I don't really know if it's like banned or at least explicitly banned. It's just that we're doing bosses just child anyway, so it's just fast to get the hearts right then there.
Yeah.
So, up here, the game wants you to play Zelda's Lullaby to get past this waterfall, to get into Zora's domain. That is slow because we don't have the ocarina equipped, so to avoid that, we can use the chicken to skip it.
Nice.
Just like that.
Doing it on the right side like that is actually quite a bit harder than going to the other side of the waterfall. You start lower off the ground, so there's a lot more distance to cover. So we got a rare chance to skip a cutscene there.
Yes. Now we're gonna go get the silver scale. Let's pray for good RNG here.
Yeah, the way that the rupees fall here is actually completely random, and if they're too spread out, it's impossible to get them without diving a lot of times.
Nice, I got one. Perfect.
I believe it's technically possible to get this so that you only have to dive once, but it's like unfathomably difficult, and then it's a matter of you also have to collect as many rupees as you can on the way down, which is pretty difficult.
The math actually has been done this before. I believe mathematically it's like impossible for it to have a pattern that you can only do in one dive. I think the minimum was determined to be 2.
Well, so there is RNG that allows you to collect them all on like the fall down, but the actual like it doesn't trigger the end of the game if you do that. So you can get locked out of being able to finish the game on that run if you do that.
You guys are
but-
teaching me so many things today. I also did not know that.
There's a lot of things in this game. It's funny, even in the glitchless category, there's a lot to be said about the inner workings of the game, because there's a lot that can benefit your knowledge, I guess, with any category in this game.
Yeah, my whole like goal with Tia has just been to learn more, because there's so much to learn.
It's very interesting. Just as a video game, it's something that not a lot of games have. That I guess there's so much depth to it. Not just in terms of like glitches and tricks, but even just the actual way that they decided to program things ends up mattering a lot for a lot of categories, even glitchless. There's always more to be learned about this game.
This is probably like one of the most studied and researched video games ever, I would say.
There's actually a decompilation project. We have the entire game completely rewritten function for function, just so that people can basically study it and look at it and say, where might there be an opportunity for more speed or something interesting here?
Yeah, decomp has helped massively with not just glitch hunting, but just like understanding the game mechanics in general and how certain things work. As well as like ROM hacking and obviously the PC port, which is really big on like all avenues of enjoying OOT. You know, it's just been huge.
Yeah, especially for the sake of randomizer and PC port, decomp has helped the casual experience significantly. Good fishing.
Thank you. I'll change my name
You
to
have
that.
to collect the fish there to feed the Jabu. And if you're in the wrong spot, or if the fish just are unkind to you, you can pretty easily miss the bottle swing.
Yeah, it's pretty annoying. Then you have to chase them around.
You just kind of look stupid. You're swinging
Yeah.
the bottle over and over
Yeah.
into the water.
Kind
And
of
I believe it's even a
embarrassing.
longer animation if it's in the water. So it's like it's just like salt in the wound. But luckily, first try. It's about to complete another main quest here.
Feeding
Very-
Jabu a fish.
Pivotal moment in the run.
He's hungry.
You can actually drop the fish very, very far away from Jabu, as you're seeing here. Anywhere on that platform. I don't actually know if it's a Y value check or what, but
Yeah,
you can get away with dropping it very far away.
he has a massive range for it. It's pretty crazy.
All of that suction power just pulls the fish from anywhere.
So this dungeon is a little hard to do. Oh man. Okay, we're just
Actually, right away, as you can see, this is another spot you're kind of expected to have the slingshot.
right.
It's not really very easy to throw the bomb like that. The explosion radius when you throw a bomb, or I guess just have a bomb explode, expands outwards for a certain amount of frames. So you need to kind of manage throwing the bomb so that it's high enough, but then you also need to make sure that it's on the right part of the timer, that the explosion's going to happen at the right spot to reach that switch.
Usually you turn around backwalk, and I use a visual cue for when to pull the bomb, and then I use another cue for when to throw the bomb as I'm backwalking, but I got a bad turnaround. And 64 controller moment.
So in a lot of categories, carrying around Rudo like this is actually the bulk of the dungeon, and it's kind of annoying because it's sort of like an auto scroller kind of part of the run. But in this category, we're actually going to do a lot of things as intended and get to see more of the puzzles that you're supposed to solve. It's not to say that there won't be tricks to make things go faster, though.
Stay away from me!
Yeah, interesting thing about this, there is actually a glitchless way to skip the mini-boss in this dungeon, Goodgortho, with damage boosts. And damage boosts are legal in AMQ, but one of the stipulations of AMQ is that you must defeat both the mini-bosses and the bosses, so we can't do that skip.
That was funny. The bomb hit you into the switch.
Yeah. One of the kind of magnum opuses, I guess would be the way to put it, of potential AMQ time saves would be if it were possible to get to Goodgortho early, right after you get the boomerang, instead of having to do a couple more of the rooms. But as of now, there doesn't seem to be a way to do that.
It is just kind of as a note, sort of an unfortunate side effect of having the category be so restricted is that, you know, you talk about finding new tricks or time saves in categories, and that's just kind of by design not really very achievable in this category. A lot of the things that would save time have already been found. They've just been explicitly banned.
Yeah.
So there's a way to skip this Navi text here. Let's see if I get it.
I'm gonna say this is a difficult.
No, I went in the wrong angle.
The
Yeah, it's
trigger
kinda
for
hard.
that text box is like not completely aligned with all of the spaces you can stand on the switch to make the switch go down. So if you're outside of the range of the Navi text box, but in the range, or I guess like on the actual physical space that you can press the switch, you can just avoid it completely.
Very clean room clear we have here, so we're nutting to pop them all up and then to stun them, and we have the bombs go off, so we just kill them all easily. And it's very fast. Nuts in general are really good for Jabu, just because you can use them to clear out the enemies super quickly.
Nuts in the game, I would say generally, are just a very undervalued item casually.
Yeah.
The hitbox for the nuts expands out like huge, and it stuns or kills a lot of enemies. You can kind of cheese a lot of things very easily with nuts.
You don't really see them as much in glitch categories because we either have better alternatives or we're not fighting that many enemies. But in Glitchless, you will be seeing them quite a bit, whether it just be for stunning them or for killing them. Like we saw in DC stunning the fire keys so that they can't fly up and hurt us.
There's actually a nice cutscene skip there. Gortho exited the room immediately after she killed that tentacle. And normally, after you kill that tentacle, a cutscene of a chest spawning in that room happens. But if you enter the door right after killing it, then you can actually skip that cutscene. It is interesting though. In that room specifically, the door isn't locked. But like here, for example, you have to wait for the door to unlock. It's almost like they knew.
Right.
I feel like there's a lot of things in this game that really make you question whether or not the developers had some kind of deeper plot going on, because far too many things just work out far too perfectly that just shouldn't be possible.
This room
More
is
so in
kind of
glitch
tricky.
categories, but yeah, right now she's trying to lure all of those Beeries into the middle while she kills the tentacle, so that she can kill them all in just one spot rather than have to run around at the end of it all. So now we have access to Big Octo.
Oh!
You'll see here we gotta jump down in that first room.
But yeah, this dungeon is a little infamous for, causing some time loss. There are a few things in here that can lose you some time. But honestly, if you get through this dungeon well, it's really satisfying, at least in my opinion.
Yeah,
Finally-
we kind of saw a scare there, but anytime that you're trying to open a door, you need to press A. And if you try and press A to open the door too early, you actually just throw Rudo. But then if you're, in speed mode and still trying to get through that door, you might accidentally throw Rudo and then open the door. And at that point, Rudo resets her position and goes back to the start of the dungeon. And it's just a huge nightmare because it's a lot of backtracking.
Oh,
here-
I think I backflipped too early. I was trying to backflip to get behind Big Octo when he spawns. That way I can kill him instantly. But I think I backflipped too early and now I'm going to be in front of him. We'll see. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Big Otto goes down. He doesn't go down with much of a fight.
It's pretty easy.
He's only vulnerable from behind. Normally you have to stun him, but if you can get close enough to him, you actually just can hit him without stunning him. That's what Gortho was going to do, but when he's running around like that, especially as child with the slower movement speed, it's very difficult to try and catch up without stunning him.
Yeah.
I hate this room, actually.
Isn't it possible to stun both of them with the one boomerang?
Yeah, that's like
True.
a Danny strat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Here actually is another sort of questionable thing in this category. Normally you would lower that platform down and then use a box to press that switch. But you can actually roll frame perfectly and open the door without having to use that box at all.
That's just on the frame perfect bit, which
Okay.
is why it can be kind of tricky
Yeah.
to get here.
This is a part that can lose a lot of time in this dungeon if you just... Okay. Okay. We are maybe gonna frame advance this or pause buffer this. Okay, never mind.
Nice.
Got it.
So that's
Yeah,
actually
that's
kind of interesting because it's one of the quote unquote easier frame perfect tricks. There's a lot of things in this game that are frame perfect, and some of them are harder than others for different reasons. But that timing that you actually use to press A to roll initially, but then press A again to open the door, comes up a lot in a lot of different tricks. So runners that have played the game a lot, done a lot of different categories, use that timing all over the place. So you end up getting a lot of practice with it. But then the cues are also very nice. You're just rolling and then pressing A again on a particular frame of the roll.
Yeah, there's also like so many ways to do that skip that if like I messed up the original way that I was trying to do it and then I had a backup, like there are multiple backups.
So the Baronade fight is one of the more interesting fights in this run, in my opinion. Usually you go through a whole thing where you like stun her and then you like go and kill all the jellyfish one by one, but you can stun Baronade as soon as she starts spinning, and then you can just use one nut and destroy all the jellyfish immediately, go into the next phase, and then yeah, we're already done. Running into Baronade so that it hits you allows you to get her quicker, but I don't know why I'm calling Baronade a her. It's not like it's a thing. It's an.
I did the same thing. I did the same thing.
Baronade feels like a feminine name, right? But yeah, you can keep running into Baronade, and it'll pop back out immediately, so we can get it much quicker that way. And so it turns from kind of a slow-ish fight and casual playthrough to very quick.
But if you boomerang her, like as the jellyfish are coming out, if you do that too late, then it misses and the jellyfish all come out and you have to like stun Baronade once you have to like wait for the jellyfish to come out more, and then you can finally stun Baronade, and then you have to go around hitting all the jellyfish. Like if you mess that fight up, it loses a lot of time. It's a big pain. Not a fun fight to mess up, but luckily I did not. So
it is definitely one of the cooler bosses.
Luckily, Gortho is just too good at the game.
Like I said, I haven't played
emphasis on the good in Gortho.
Goodgortho. Yeah, let's hope bad Gortho doesn't show up during this run. Okay, we're gonna do Eclipse.
I have nicknames set for all my Discord friends. Your nickname is Bad Gortho.
Oh no, Monka.
Here's another save warp.
So funny, dude.
Normally we would just be back there in Zora's River, or in Zora's Fountain, and you have to walk all the way out through Zora's Domain and then Zora's River and then back to Hyrule Field.
And an owl. There's an owl in the river again.
Oh, yeah. So we just end up walking back this way. It was actually speculated. Yeah.
Yeah, the second fastest route is actually going through Domain and then Lake Hylia and then Owl, but that's still just slower than doing the save warp.
I believe there's a lot of different consoles that we can run the game on. And one of the main big differences is the reset timing. Like the N64 just resets straight back into the game. The Wii Virtual Console resets into that like classic controller text. And then there's a different version called the IQ, which is kind of like I believe it was like the Chinese N64.
Mm-hmm.
The reset times on that were particularly slow. And they thought that it might be faster to go through the domain just for that. The IQ has significantly faster text than the Japanese version. So especially for glitchless, people thought, I think still, I believe it's like objective that it is just like a lot faster.
It is.
It is faster. It is very significantly faster.
There's like
Yeah.
zero lag at all on IQ.
Yeah.
There's a runner called MK, MK Banger is what I call him, MKBGNR. He actually, his PB is on IQ. It's a really good run. It's just so fast.
It's just unfortunately very unaccessible. IQs, they were only sold in China, and then now they resell for a lot. But the whole kind of the gimmick of it is that it was a console and a controller, like a handheld sort of thing. And there were like video cables that would output to a TV, but it was just like the controller was on the console, and the controller was like not very good. So MK actually did a lot of work to try and get a like controller extension to use his normal controller on it, which allowed him to kind of play more comfortable.
We may actually be entering kind of an IQ era of sorts.
What?
There are a lot of runners who have actually like been gaining IQs at Soul got one. I think they are glitchless runners, but at Soul Fuzziness got one. I think a couple others. There's been work on like the IQ practice ROM. People have been
very, very recently. There was a wholesale adapter. You can just buy an adapter now to plug in your own controller. You don't need to worry about a bunch of custom soldering on your own.
People have been doing like a lot of work to make less accessible adapters, and there have been resources made for like how to buy an IQ without the insane prices on eBay, like going through Chinese resellers of Western ones. So we could very well be looking at a world where IQ is dominant soon.
Does anyone know that time?
I can check. It was 108.
108, 24.
So minus intro. 107, 106. About 105.30, I guess.
Yeah.
But
not too bad.
That's pretty good. That's like a minute off my PB.
That's another one of the big kind of sort of like a big spot that you kind of do a time split at is collecting the Ocarina of Time. Sort of ends the child dungeons. So a lot of runners will use that as a pretty good metric of where they're at in the run at this point.
There's actually a board.
A child dungeons category that does end on Ocarina of Time. And it's pretty competitive as well. But the bit about us there being so many IQ advancements is pretty crazy, because really the only time IQ has ever been on top for anything was like defeat Ganon for a bit when Narcissa Wright was doing what was then known as 8%. I was running on IQ. That's basically the only time it's been like used for top times, but we've always known it's like significantly faster. It's just no one's really been going for it because of its inaccessibility and the fact that everyone is playing on WBC anyways.
We just got the Hylian shield. I think, is that the last thing we buy in this run? I want to say there's something else. I don't remember exactly what though.
I think it is.
Either way, we'd saved up those rupees for all that time. Finally spent them.
There are a couple other places where we can get shield, like we can get shield and brave and whatnot, but we can get rupees so easily, and we're going through market on our way to carrying adult, so it's very convenient and very fast to just buy it in the shop there.
Oh, main quest alert.
Opening the door of time.
Quest alert, opening the door of time.
With Song of Time.
We're
That's
sort of
so
on a
crazy,
very,
man.
very long streak of heavy cutscenes right now. We had the Jabu cutscene, and then a save warp, and then we watched the Ganondorf cutscene, and then we had a Song of Time cutscene, another Door of Time cutscene, then we're about to watch the Master Sword cutscene, and the Light Medallion cutscene.
Yeah,
And then finally
that
we
worked
gain
right.
control again.
going into
After that, as
adult
adult.
adult one, the beginning of it is excruciating for me. The cutscene at the beginning of adult one is very long and lots of text smashing. But once you get control of Link after this next cutscene, there aren't really cutscenes at all again until what, like Lax? Oh
I
no,
mean,
Nocturne.
if you want to count the dungeon cutscenes, I guess.
Well, I mean like a long, excessive
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
Like Nocturne is probably the next one. Or
Yeah.
no, wait. The Deku Sprout. Deku Sprout, then Nocturne, then probably Lax.
Well, like, can I take a sec to remind everyone about some of the other stuff we have besides just...
Yes. Of
So,
course.
of course, you donate, donate towards a great cause. We also have merchandise. You can support Take This and get some sweet Speedrun Ragnarok swag by ordering one of our official shirts. Merch in chat will give you the links to the listings on Bonfire. And it's not just shirts. I think there's also a mug and possibly some other stuff, but I really like the shirt. It has a heart on it. It says Speedrun Ragnarok 2024. It's tie-dye in different colors. You can even choose like a different set of tie-dye colors. And if you just really want to do the donation, you can also be put in for prizes. So if you do prizes in chat, you can see the prizes for the week. Each day has a different set of prizes. If you donate at all, you'll be put in for a raffle for those prizes for the day, and the prizes for the grand prizes that are at the end of that slideshow if you donate on any day. So donating, through the donation link, you get a chance for prizes, you're giving to a good cause, you can get more marathon with the incentives, and there's also the merchandise. I just want to make sure everyone knows. Keep going. You're doing great.
Mhm.
I did merch in chat because I actually might get a shirt. I didn't know there were shirts.
Yes.
I want a shirt.
Some of them are really nice, I have to say.
So
You
here-
said
here-
continue, but we're not exactly gonna be talking about much here.
There
so-
is some lore here, though. We're meeting Raru. He's the... I don't know exactly what his title is, but he's kind of just the keeper of the...
He's a sage.
the sage, yeah, he's the sage.
Save
He
your
actually is like the owl. The owl that we talked to as child.
Wait,
life. He is. That's true.
what?
He is actually the owl.
The owl is like his like
something that I would do lore.
his like normal world like embodiment of him. Yeah.
Excuse me? Also,
Did you not know that?
no, I didn't know that. I learned new
Well,
things.
here's a fun
He's,
little lore
here
fact.
he's giving
for
us
you.
his ashtray.
I learn new things about this man all the time, like how he has that Triforce on his head.
So we got the light medallion there. The light medallion is actually used for exactly nothing in the whole run. It's purely like just like a token, basically. There's
Not
a lot of
even
like all
just-
of the dungeon items that we get are used for different flag checks or certain rewards.
Yeah.
The light medallion is entirely unused, actually.
Yeah, it signifies we went adult, and that's about it. It doesn't.
Yeah, if you save your file, you can tell if you've been adult by seeing the light medallion there. But other than that, it's pretty entirely useless.
Yeah,
Well, it
cute,
looks
it's
kind of
cute.
neat, at least. So true, Cubits.
I think the shadow medallion's better.
True.
This is where we meet Sheik.
Yeah, this is a different character entirely. We haven't met this character before.
No, not at
So
all.
Sheik.
Yeah.
Sheik will kind of guide us through the adult section as we move along.
They're also male, and their real name is Sheik. They're not disguised at all. Just in
Nothing,
case you are
no
wondering.
no tricks going on here. It's just
No,
Sheik.
It's
Yeah,
yeah, it's just Sheik. What you see is what you get.
there's no reason to doubt that.
Almost through this. The first thing we're gonna do in Adult 1 is head to Kakariko and go get Hookshot, which we do by racing Dampe. Doing the Dampe race fast and well is pretty difficult. The movements
Very,
are hard.
very good test of your movement skill.
Yes. Is Sheik actually Ganondorf? Glan, no spoilers.
He's figured it out.
Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Okay.
The interesting thing to talk about, whenever you enter a loading zone, depending on how, like, what your speed is as you enter it, that's your speed walking out of the next, like, into the next area. And not really super often in this category do you want to manipulate that, but you might accidentally walk with slow speed and get a slow entrance, which loses time, unfortunately.
That's what I just did twice in a row. That's why I was like, nice, nice. And then I bonked.
There are cases where you actually want to enter with 0 speed, for different positioning reasons, but it's more of a glitched thing.
There are some entrances that will like set you to a certain position no matter what. I think it happens with like area intro cutscenes. I think it does. I'm not entirely sure.
Very interesting. So sometimes, but it sets you to a certain position. You still actually enter with that speed technically, which in extremely niche cases can matter. But it's like a particularly crazy thing to care about.
Okay,
If you have
is neat.
glitched boots on, entering an area like that can actually mess you up. Dampy is going to be trying to throw flames at us throughout this race.
Yeah, one of the sorry.
Yeah, you can lose a lot of time just by hitting flames on accident, but they're completely RNG, which makes it really tedious and annoying to have to deal with.
I predict 48.
No, I already got hit by a flame. It's gonna be like a 52 probably.
Nah, just lock in right now, okay? You gotta get that task level movement. Channel your inner
Oh
soft
my gosh,
folder right
my
now.
thumb slipped off of the stick. Okay, 51.
3 seconds off ain't bad.
So
close enough.
The best time you can get in this is a 46. I've only ever got a 47. It's very hard to do fast.
Technically, you can get it down lower with some non-sets, but in the context of the regular Glitchless run, it's 46.
There are ways to like freeze the timer, but not accounting for those, I think you can get like a 42 with task movement.
This is the worst equip of the game, equipping the hookshot there.
Yeah, the way the
running
pause
one.
menu works is like kind of odd. You can only hover over items that you have, so that you can't hover over slots that there aren't items on. But as a result of that, like the control stick motions you have to do to select different items aren't really super intuitive some of the time. And it ends up being very annoying to equip certain items at certain points of the run because your inventory isn't super filled out.
And because of that, in certain runs, you can actually lock yourself out of being able to equip.
Yeah,
like,
I don't know if
item.
it happens casually, but
Yeah, I don't think it's possible to do in like a casual playthrough, but is something to be wary about when you're doing like RBA or whatever, or like going straight adult.
you can only move the cursor cardinally. So if you have like a box, like an outlined box of items, and then there's an item in the middle of it, you can't equip that item in the middle.
We're heading up the mountain now. We gotta go get magic.
And then we're gonna do kind of another sequence break sort of question if this is allowed sort of thing. That jump there is actually pretty annoying.
Yeah, it's very annoying.
The way that the ground is on like the adjacent piece of collision, the game can actually like not register that you should get a jump, and so you just kind of like limp off, and it doesn't really like. It looks odd. It doesn't look like it should happen, but Gortho did a position setup there to avoid that. I don't know about that. I'm talking to the Goron.
Surely talking Link to the Gorons is the main quest. Honestly, I agree. I think we should do it exactly how casual players do it. No more backwalking, no more side hops. You can only roll 3 times a minute.
3 times a minute.
Yeah. Get one late every 20 seconds, so you have to use it wisely.
An interesting
No.
idea to try and optimize like an allowance of glitches or an allowance of movement tech.
This is actually not the first time we will be seeing this fairy. We see her one other time.
2 other times.
This
Yeah, 2.
Oh, 2 other.
So yeah,
Yeah,
we're getting magic here. Magic is like hard required. You super need magic, and then you also, I think, you definitely need Din's Fire. But the other 2 fairy spells, or I guess other 3, double defense, Furor's Wind, and Neighbor's Love, aren't required. Furor's Wind actually does save time though, so we will end up getting that.
Yeah.
Funny thing was, I was thinking of FW when I said 1 left. I forgot that Dinge was like required.
Yeah, we get Dins in Child 2 at the beginning of Child
So
2.
here we're about to get Bolero Fire the super intended way. Now, bombs give you a little bit of speed whenever they hit you, and that's not a glitch at all. That was like perfectly intended. They should like move you a little faster, just so there's that knockback effect. But because of basically poor level design, that little bit of extra speed can actually allow you to do jumps like that, where you can completely skip that boulder and get here without having to get the Goron tunic. So this is actually the main hurdle in skipping the Goron tunic, getting to the Bolero Fire, and then the rest of it is kind of just a matter of making sure you have enough hearts. If you were playing casually, you could kind of be careful to sort of just beat dungeons out of order and have a bunch of extra health, maybe get fairies, but if you can't find a way to get Bolero first, you're kind of screwed out of being able to do it.
There is actually a method to make that jump without a bomb, but it's a little more awkward and is slower, and I think it was actually the first method found. I think
It was, yeah.
Yeah.
And there was actually a time in basically this category that bomb tricks like that weren't allowed. Not because they were glitches, but just because they were too powerful. And now that we have kind of that goal-based rule set, we're able to sort of not have to worry about that. So we can use that trick. But when we couldn't use bomb tricks, that was the only way to do that jump in this category, was with that sort of slower way of doing it. So now we're about to try and go to the ice cavern. We're going to go through the Lost Woods, past the Zora's Fountain.
Ice Cavern's a little scary because right after Ice Cavern we go to Fire Temple. And in Fire Temple we need our health. So it can be rough trying to pay attention to your health in Ice Cavern because there's just like ice keys coming at you constantly, draining your health. Luckily, keys will drop health sometimes, but it's RNG, so.
Ice Cavern is definitely one of the trickier parts of the run. There's a lot of little movement you have to do well, and ice keys can mess up your day.
Yeah.
The dungeons in general are kind of the highlight of this run, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie, you going DMC to Ice Cavern, back to DMC just sounds like my town's weather.
Me too.
Yeah. It's finally starting to get cooler where I live.
Yeah.
Can sleep
It's
without the
actually
window open now.
Yeah, it's super nice outside right now. I'm stuck in here on my laptop, though.
So here we're going to get Furor's Wind before we enter Ice Cavern. This is just the prime time to get it.
So we will be seeing more of it later, but FW just saves time because it allows for a lot of little, I guess, shortcuts where you can set in one room and then go further in the dungeon, and then go back to where you would normally need to backtrack or what have you.
It's really
This is another
nice.
item that has a ridiculous amount of glitch potential, but it doesn't deserve to have it all. That just the way that the developers chose to implement it allows you to exploit it very, very easily with some other things employed.
Round warps and void warps are like the big ones. FW is super duper good for those.
Yeah, outside of Glitchless, it's very rare to get Furor's Wind without intentions of using it for a glitch.
Okay. Ice Cavern, be nice to me, please.
I believe I'm a believer.
The beginning
Put
of
your
Adult
believe-
1... Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, put your believe or bless emotes in chat.
Yes.
So then
Beginning
my
of
highlight.
Adult 1 is like you have Dampe, which is kind of difficult. Then you go, do the tunic skip, which isn't that difficult, but it can be scary. And then you have Ice Cavern, which is a little difficult. And then you have Fire Temple with no Goron tunic, which is difficult. So I always say, like, once I'm past Fire Temple in a run, like, I can relax.
And then we get a little break with the Forest and Water Temple, but then Shadow Temple is like the scariest dungeon.
Yeah, Shadow Temple's a little scary.
So Gortho did a great spin there. If you use a charged spin attack, it extends further and has a little more damage, so you can kill those freezards with just the one spin.
Gotta get all these
Here she's
rupees.
collecting the silver rupees. It's interesting, actually.
No!
Only recently did we have a sort of fast way to skip this.
Almost. Hey, two.
Nice.
So, the upcoming room here is infamous for being one of the worst rooms in the entire...
Yeah.
Arguably the worst room in the entire fucking game, honestly.
A lot of clips that you see of this game occur in this room.
Yeah, people do not like this room, and for good reason.
Look at these keys.
Seems to have gone pretty smooth, though. I don't want to jinx it.
Yeah.
These keys are coming for me, man. Drop a heart, drop a heart. Okay.
A lot can go wrong in this room very, very quickly.
Not only just the keys and the freezards, but there's actually some pretty wonky collision that isn't really obvious to the eye that makes for some really, really weird interactions.
Yeah, like, if you're going for the mat in that room, which is the chest,
That pot there has a heart.
It's okay. I'll get a drop.
Gotcha.
you can, like, hookshot the freezer to, get up there, but it's not uncommon to fall off weirdly or just get bad jump or what have you.
Gortho's going to be doing a lot of kind of abusive jumps to sort of get around this puzzle in the room.
Okay, hold on.
Normally you'd have to push this block of ice all around, but if you kind of exploit the way the ice mechanics work, you can sort of slide off but still have momentum in a certain direction and get a jump that you shouldn't be able to get. So we'll see here in a second.
Doing a backup, which works.
Nice. And then normally you have to melt those, but the hitbox of them is kind of just built really poorly, and you can just sort of jump into it.
Jumping into ice sounds like clip to me, broski.
No, we're not gonna play that game.
Just kind of an interesting note. There's a lot of collision in this game, like with the ice or like King Zora, that is I don't know what the technical term for it is, but it's kind of like squishy collision.
Squishy collision is.
It doesn't actually have. It doesn't. It doesn't really have a specific kind of like bounds. It just has like the outer radius, and the more speed that you have, you actually just don't get pushed as much by it. So with enough speed, you can go through the collision or where the collision sort of is, but it's not necessarily always a glitch, depending on how far you're going or some other kind of weird semantics about how the collision is, basically.
Yeah, Grego laughed earlier, but it is called squishy collision, and that's how it's labeled. Like, when they're defining what a clip is, it was labeled as squishy collision. And I think it's a very good name for it.
I mean, it's very descriptive. You definitely get the point. I mean, if you try and walk up to any like NPC or those ice things, you kind of notice you can get a little ways into it, but then you get pushed back. The strength of that push is just kind of the squishiness value of it.
We just completed another main quest.
This is the best cutscene in the game.
So we just got iron boots, which we will need for Water Temple. And we're also getting Serenade here, which we'll need to get to Water Temple. But we're actually not going to see Water Temple for 2 more dungeons. We have 2 more dungeons before we go to Water Temple. So just doing this stuff a little early.
The adult section is significantly more freeform than the child section. The child section, you are pretty strictly allowed to only beat the Deku Tree first, and then you need to meet Zelda, and then you need to go to Dodongo's Cavern. You could do the Forest Temple first, or you could do the Fire Temple before the Iron Boots. You kind of need to do the Water Temple after the Forest Temple. But the first kind of sequence of the adult section is pretty not rigid, not linear. You can do whatever you want. And then after that, you have access to the Spirit Temple and the Shadow Temple, and you can do those in kind of either order. But
okay, so Ice Cavern didn't take too much health from me. I think I lost a heart and I gained it back, so we're at full health going to Fire Temple. That's really good. That is ideal. So now, hopefully, we won't have much of an issue.
Yeah.
hope for the best.
48 circuits to work with, which is pretty decent. Sorry, were you gonna say something, Grego?
No, I was just saying, best of luck, Fire Temple. Hope it goes well.
Like I said
this
before...
Darunia cutscene here is another kind of weird instance of something that can be exploited very easily and skipped easier than you would imagine.
I feel like with all three of us here, including like Gortho, commenting over her own run, I kind of feel like a cheerleader or like moral support.
You guys are my moral support.
Just here along for the ride.
Well, if neither of you guys said you could, I was gonna get Morph to do it, and he doesn't know anything about this run, so we should have just had him join anyways.
I mean, I know about OT. I kind of know about this run.
I know about OT and this run.
Yeah, Grego, you ran this, so Gadrin, you have to run this.
I've run a few categories.
A few. He's run just a few.
Grego's probably ran more OT categories than anyone else.
I think I'm one of two people who have run all of the main ones.
Yeah, and then You ran a bunch of extension categories, didn't you, too? Did you run
Yeah.
MQ? I want to say you ran MQ.
I ran MQ, yeah. So the first part of Fire Temple is really just a lot of key collecting. But one of the scarier rooms is actually coming up pretty soon here.
This part's
Here
pretty
as well,
scary. Yeah.
we want to make sure to avoid taking damage, which is kind of difficult.
Doing a camera manip here. Nice, okay.
Whenever you have items off the screen, like if you're facing one direction, they aren't actually being loaded or rendered at all. So they kind of just stay in place. And if you avoid facing them for long enough, you can manipulate their cycles. That was what Goodgortho was doing there. She waited to turn the camera after she had entered the room, and that allowed her to get to that block on time.
Yeah, and not like drawing actors when they're off screen is called cooling.
Yeah. This here is a bit of harder movement. Making it through this room and through the next room on time is kind of difficult, so you'll see a lot of intentional choices about kind of compromising between safety and speed here.
There are actually a lot of cooling related tricks and glitches, because you can do like a lot of stuff with it, like walking through actors that just don't have their collision active because they're cooled. But aim Glitchless restricts a lot of that, so
Plenty of time.
can't use it to our heart's content. Clinging 11 seconds left.
There's another interesting trick coming up here called a bomb push. Whenever you drop a bomb, it actually has collision. Like if you run into it, it'll push you.
Oh.
And so
Okay.
if you kind of correctly manipulate jumping into a bomb, you can get sort of an artificial jump with a wonky sort of velocity vector, I guess. And you'll see here, she's going to use that to jump up onto that block when it really shouldn't be possible. For that particular jump, however, you don't actually need the bomb at all. If you have a precise enough angle, you can jump off of the ledge, but then redirect your momentum so that you're back over the floor and grab onto the block like that. But it's quite a bit more precise.
So that's pretty much, we're past like the scariness of not having the tunic in this dungeon. The next time that it's only scary is really at the boss, Volvagia. That it's pretty tight in there, time-wise. So there's really no room for error in that fight. But
at that point, it's really just a matter of making sure you have full health. Up to that, it's not really going to be super stressful.
yeah.
Especially with Furrow's Wind, even if we like fall down super far, we can kind of just bring ourselves back up.
Right.
And we actually use that like explicitly here in a little bit.
The first time we use FW. First of many.
It is interesting. I don't remember exactly when you equipped it, but there's a lot of instances, not only in this run, but in general, that you don't really need to use a lot of items for a certain section of a run, but the next time you do need to use items, you might not want to equip it right then. So you equip very far ahead of time. I think Goodgortho equipped Furrow's Wind in that big fire room, but she's not even going to use it until this next upcoming room from now.
Right, because I needed to equip bombs. So open the door, please. So equipping FW at the same time is just faster instead of having to open the...
Here she's going to do a cutscene dive. If the floor underneath you breaks while you're in the middle of a cutscene, the cutscene will still go on under certain circumstances. So you're able to kind of use the falling time to set Furrow's Wind. It's not a glitch. There are instances that I think it might be considered a glitch, but this is not one of them.
Yeah, cutscene diving through water is considered a glitch, but because during cutscenes, Link's player state doesn't update, so you just fall through the water normally as if for air, kind of like how we did just there.
I tried to get the Grail.
Yeah, I love that trick.
And so you're able to just sink to the bottom of like any water surface, water area, whatever.
I love all these Nada glitches. Yeah, it's important to like describe because some things look really.
There's another
funky.
one coming up here actually. That's like extremely not intended.
Yeah.
You can kind of just roll through those flame walls, depending on exactly how you do it. It's absolutely not intended, but the collision just does not hit you, so it's not really.
This is pretty significant skip here.
Yeah. Trying to think. This might be, aside from Water Temple, one of the biggest sequence breaks in a dungeon. But because there aren't any mini bosses that we would fight in between that, it's just not really something we have to do. This is one of the mini bosses for the Fire Temple, the Flare Dancer. I think the other one is also a Flare Dancer.
Yes.
This fight is kind of interesting. There's a lot of ways you can stun him. You can use bombs or the hook shot, or I think even the bow. And the hammer works as well. And then we stored a power crouch stab again, and the damage from the jump slash was enough to only have to hit it once per cycle. But normally what you would do is slash it, and then it would run around the room, and you'd have to chase it and try and hit it. So the power crouch stab really helps speed up that fight quite a bit.
There, I was able to climb during the cutscene of the switch going off. Not a glitch.
There are actually certain instances where that can lead to glitches, and then there's also instances where you can actually soft lock by trying to climb during a cutscene.
Yeah.
Oops.
So you gotta make sure you're not trying to climb where you shouldn't be, I guess.
A little
here we're getting-
perilous section here, but it's not very difficult with practice.
Here we're getting the hammer. It's the item in the Fire Temple. I don't recall if it gets used outside of the Fire Temple. I think maybe in Trials.
In Trials, yeah. And then
Spirit
at the
Temple
very
has-
end.
Spirit Temple has rusty switches for a shortcut, but it's not required at all.
Yeah.
And I think MQ also has a couple other ones.
So here's another save warp. I believe the optimal route actually does a death warp here. When you save and quit, it takes you to the start of the dungeon. Anytime you die, it also takes you to the start of the dungeon. The difficult thing is that you're in the Fire Temple, and trying to lower your health without actually just dying by accident is a very difficult task. So Goodgortho opts for the save warp. It doesn't actually lose a lot of time.
Plus, we need health at Vault. If you death warp, you spawn with 3 hearts. So,
Yeah. Kind of have to rely on RNG
right.
for these keys to drop hearts for you.
Really?
I don't recall. Do you have to pick up magic in this run at any point?
I think yes, you definitely have to pick up magic in Forest
Oh yeah, for the
Temple.
trials.
I think you also have to pick up here,
Okay, yeah.
but it's kind of impossible not to pick up magic here.
Yeah, those torch slugs, I think they always drop magic. So you, with a room full of them, end up pretty prone to picking it up.
What? I did not climb that.
Right, it's kind of a common time loss, I guess. A lot of categories don't need to pick up magic, but have the opportunity to accidentally pick it up. And it's kind of just annoying to have to get that cutscene.
Yes, you have to pick up
There's
the
a pickling
spirit.
spirit as well. Interestingly, the 100% no SRM route doesn't optimally pick up a single magic drop. Even in the category where you're collecting everything,
I think you
there's
also
still a lot of
have
flags that you don't check.
have a shadow pickup too. If Dead Hand drops a big magic, you don't have to get the pot. But I think if Dead Hand drops a small magic, you have to pick up the pot.
Yeah.
And fire boss key now. I
So
would
first
like
boss
to.
key.
Yeah, I like to take. I like to mention a little fun fact. The only glitchless boss key skip that exists is for Fire Temple under like glitchless ampersand rules, but it's stupid. And
Yeah, the
it was
the
also
collision of this game is designed like super
yeah.
poorly, or they assume a lot of things about how the player is going to be able to traverse rooms, and so the wall above this door actually only extends up so far. And if you jump with the correct I'll just say conditions from the top room, you can actually get over that wall completely glitchlessly and not have to get the boss key.
Yeah, you do like a giant cutscene dive down with the elevator thing, and they have to use hover boots, and they have to like jump and side hop. It was also
Um,
found by yours truly.
I am going to take out my headphones, except for to only hear the game audio for a second.
Yeah.
So if I don't respond to you, that's why.
Okay.
GOHF.
Yeah, this is a very stressful fight. The main thing that we kind of have to be careful about is we're going to be using bombs to damage a second Volvagia hitbox that just exists under the arena. So you'll see she's dropping bombs onto this hole here at the start. She's going to go stun Volvagia. You need to drop a certain amount of bombs in a set amount of time, otherwise Volvagia will fly around. And if Volvagia flies around, there's just not enough time to beat her. So we really want to make sure that we're dropping bombs fast enough. This is looking good so far.
Generally considered like the hardest boss fight in the run by far.
Yeah. The main thing that has potential to mess you up is if Volvagia spawns randomly in that hole that you're trying to drop the bombs in, it's very, very difficult to get around her and be able to drop the bombs onto the second hitbox without stunning her, like with bomb, and it just messes up the whole flow of the fight. But she got good RNG there, so she luckily had a pretty easy time with it.
And good execution as well, as always. Teehee.
I'm back. Thank you.
So that's really kind of the main big scary thing in this run, honestly. Kind of the biggest potential for time loss that's not necessarily out of your control, but very difficult to deal with potentially. So, good job.
Thanks. Yeah, I don't know if you mentioned why I had to just listen to game audio, but I'm listening to hear if my bombs landed.
Oh yeah.
For the Volve hits, so it's like kind of hard to hear. So I wanted to have just full game audio for that, because if you miss one, you can actually back it up. You have to do 1 bomb, 3 bombs, and then 3 bombs, but if you miss one, you can do in any order, pretty much. You do 0, 4, 3, 0, 3, 4, 1, 4, 3, 1, 2, 1, 4, 2. There's like, as long as you get 7.
The number pad, kind of? Or, oh, wait, no. Like the order of the bombs, yeah.
Yeah, like as long as you get 7 hits, it's usually fine.
Yeah. So now, I believe the next part is the Forest Temple, right?
Yes.
Forest Temple is another very, very cool dungeon, in my opinion.
It is, but you can lose a good amount of time there. So it can be kind of frustrating, but it is fun. Satisfying.
Can really say that about almost every dungeon in this game. It's just you can lose a good amount of time here.
I think Spirit Temple is probably the most boring of all of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Rova's something.
What are my equips? I think that's right.
Rova, you absolutely can lose a good bit of time to.
So here Gortho's just walking back to the Sacred Forest Meadow, where you got Saria Song as child. It's the entrance to the Forest Temple.
More movement. Gonna skip over Mido here.
Yeah, so with a precise backflip, you can kind of squeeze in between his collider and the wall there.
That's
And you
another
just-
instance of like that squishy collision kind of allowing you to abuse some things.
Yeah, it kind of pushes him back, and you can just go straight behind him and don't have to watch the cutscene of you playing it to him and him talking and whatnot. Because
Goodgortho is gonna
God
do
forbid we have to hear him talk for any longer.
a jump to skip the Mido maze, or not the Mido maze, the Moblin maze. There's a like really fast setup she was trying to do there. And then there's this backup here where you aim the hook shot.
Whoa,
Yeah,
camera.
The camera in this game, you could write a whole movie about the camera. The way that it works is very, very interesting, and depending on where it thinks that you are or where it thinks that like a reference point is, you can do some wacky things.
So here we're getting Minuet, which is a warp song that brings you here. And I think out of all of the songs we get in this run, this is the only one we never use.
Yeah, we do need to get it just because it's literally like the whole cutscene trigger. The cutscene trigger occupies the entire space, in this like little area. You just cannot even get to the loading zone if you wanted to without watching the cutscene. There is actually a glitchless way to skip the cutscene, by getting out of bounds, but it requires that you have the hover boots, and we don't have the hover boots yet, so we can't do it.
I love just mentioning all the cool glitchless ampersand strats.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's two glitchless versions on the Ocarina of Time board. There's glitchless any percent, which is less restricted, and then there's this one, which is more restricted.
Glitchless any percent takes a true tech-based approach to glitchless. Like glitchless AMQ, we kind of say, okay, you can do this and you can do that, but you can't do it in the situation or that situation, and you need to do these things no matter what. Glitchless any percent basically says, is this a glitch? Is this not a glitch? And if it isn't, you're allowed to do it. And as a result of that, the record for that, I think we mentioned the record for this is 335.
Mm-hmm.
The record for glitchless any percent, I believe, is like 2 hours, like under 210. Which is just
2
ridiculous.
hours, 9 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah. It also skips three main dungeons, I should say, because it also doesn't go to Ice Cavern or anything. It just does Shadow and Spirit as adult.
Yeah. I will note, we talk about the definition of glitchless. Really, truly, like, I personally believe glitchless any percent is like, it's like the true way of doing it. The game is very broken, and I don't think there's really any way of kind of trying to get around that. And there are just things that were very clearly intended that we can use to our advantage, in a way that was very clearly not intended. In fact, there's actually kind of a legacy rule in this category, that is more of a glitch than the things in glitchless 90%. We'll see that in the water temple.
This dungeon is pretty difficult to do optimally and fast. There are a few difficult things here.
The boss of this dungeon is also, it's another one of the hard bosses. Especially glitchlessly, it's difficult to deal with.
Yeah, I don't
But even like
one
the
cycle, so
Stalfos have a lot of potential to make you lose time just due to the way they move. It's RNG.
I was just gonna say, glitchless 8% is like one of my favorite rule sets for anything ever.
It's a really good rule set. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm not really like on a particular side of what constitutes as a glitch, quote unquote. I just think it's really interesting. I think you can do a lot of silly stuff with it, and it's super fun.
I am firmly of the opinion that the rule set itself, as a glitchless rule set, is very well defined.
It's just the right amount of restriction to where you have to get creative, but like not so restrictive that there's a lot you just can't do.
Yeah. So Gortho's pushing the blocks here. She actually doesn't need to push them more than she's pushed them now currently. But the flag for having them all in place doesn't get set unless you push them all the way, so she does have to push them all the way now. But she's not going to be going all the way through the room right now. She's going to do a pretty cool trick coming up here to sequence break in this dungeon.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna use FW again. And the cool thing about using it here is we need to set it anyways in this room, but setting it in this way specifically gives us the perfect angle to jump slash and get an anti-grav that puts us up into this alcove. That's actually a strat found by Smoggy. He's the world record holder for this category. It's really cool.
Yeah, so for those not aware, anti-grav or anti-gravity is kind of a weird quirk with how OT handles ceilings. Basically, if you come at a ceiling with like a low enough vertical speed, you kind of get stuck on it for like a frame, and so your Y velocity resets, and as a result, you can get more distance because you're not falling as fast. So that little anti-gravity there lets us get to that platform. Sorry, I'm not speaking well.
No.
There are a lot of instances where anti-grav comes up casually, and where the developers like clearly it was a very much intended thing for them to have programmed in, and so that's why it's allowed in the category. You can actually apply anti-gravity in a more abusive way that is like definitely a glitch, but you won't see that in this one, obviously.
Anti-grav.
The rule set makes a distinction between momentary anti-gravity, which is a frame, like what we saw there. Also comes up in a method V1 skip that's different from what Gortho did. But there's also extended anti-gravity, where you can do it for several frames or even seconds, and that allows for a lot of silly stuff, like unloading the entire lower part of Grua's Fortress.
When I first started running this category, anti-grav was actually banned. You couldn't use it in this room. You had to do another strat to get to that alcove, which was super annoying and slower.
Mm-hmm.
It is interesting. I feel like this category has been the rules have changed over the years a lot, but the tech that has been banned or allowed actually hasn't changed really what's possible. More just how we actually have to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Like we talk about anti-gravity, we talk about that jump in DMC to skip the tunic. There's a lot of ways to do everything that we do here. We just kind of opt to do the fastest one that's allowed in the rule set.
I'm going to interrupt very briefly just to say I have had a wonderful time being your host, but I'm going to hand off to the wonderful Natara for a little bit.
Okay.
Keep having fun with this glitchless run.
Glitchless.
Is it glitchless or is it glitchless? That's the question.
Glitchless.
I've never heard someone pronounce air quote so perfectly before.
Right? That was perfect. Okay. Stalfos are not being nice to me.
Little neat thing here, usually you do this lower Stalfos fight way earlier in the dungeon, like as one of your first like rooms, right? But since we didn't do that before and we got like some like keys early, we're doing it now and then saying FW. So once we finish this fight and get this key, we can immediately work back with that FW and do the upper Stalfos fight here.
Yeah, normally you would get that key in place of that key that we got in that Wallmaster room. So basically not being able to do anti-gravity is the kind of reason that we
Oh my.
would get that key first.
Yeah. But I think this is a really cool use of FW as that shortcut.
We're also getting another instance of cutscenes overlapping with FW. Starting the set of FW at the start of that cutscene and getting the thing to move down
Where are
during
you?
it. These stall posts are actually interesting. I'm hoping we don't see it, but if you take too long to kill them, they can actually like come back to life.
Oh yeah, respawn.
The pieces of them kind of just stay on the ground, and after a certain amount of time, they'll come back if you haven't defeated all of them in the room.
That hasn't happened to me in a very long time.
I was hoping not to jinx you. I was a little bit worried about mentioning it so early, but yeah.
Luckily, Stalfos are generally very predictable in kind of how they move. They'll always do like kind of this. They'll always be blocking or doing a standing slash, or they'll try and lunge at you. And so you can kind of just bombard them with your crouch tabs, and they go down pretty quick.
So the main kind of gimmick of this dungeon is these pose. You have to beat all 4 of the pose so that each of their flames comes back to the start of the dungeon, and then you can get down to the boss. There is like a fast strat for all of them, but it's very difficult. Gortho got part of it there at the end. But the pose basically can disappear after a certain amount of frames. There's actually a window where you can hit them before they disappear, but after they've been hit the first time, and it turns into basically a really fast fight, but it's very, very difficult to pull off consistently.
Yeah, it takes a lot of practice, and I only recently started practicing the fast pose strat, but I can get it sometimes. But honestly, like, backing it up, if you back it up fast, if you fail it, like, doesn't waste too much time.
Yeah, we have nuts, so this is another like very good use of nuts, is to get the post sisters to reappear immediately.
That twisted hallway there is actually a really... The way they implemented that is very, very interesting. The entire hallway is actually an actor. It's not like part of the level collision. If you're not in that room, that hallway just literally doesn't exist. Here's the second bow fight. These first 2 are kind of like this painting one. Painting hallway sort of thing. And then the last 2 are both unique.
What's this one's name?
Beth, I think.
The blue one.
The blue one, me. See, I went too late there.
I remember
that was close.
Slang came up with some like system to remember the post sister names, but I never even remotely cared.
I think there's like a... They're named after like a book.
Yeah, they're named after some old like... I forget what it's called, but yeah, I'm pretty sure they were named after a book.
Yeah.
There's a Navi text here that hopefully I can skip. You literally can just go around it. Just like that. In this room, you can do very fast. Maybe I'll get it. Oh, I forgot to quick draw bow. There we go.
Nice.
Yes.
Yeah, Little Women, that's what it is.
Yes.
This is the Kool-Aid room.
I'm pretty sure that's the one we were talking about, Morgan.
There's a cool room coming up, the checkerboard room, the chess room. Blinky Blinking Tide. So what's the 4th one named then?
Oh, I opened the chest!
Need those arrows.
At least I know I have arrows.
Yeah, the 4 post sisters are the names of the sisters in the 1868 novel Little Woman.
That falling ceiling there is actually interesting. it doesn't have collision on the top of it. So if you found a way to stand on top of it, you wouldn't be like pulled up by it. So what Gortho was going to do was try and stand on that chest and then backflip over the ceiling onto it, and then be able to basically just get through the room a little faster. But
Yeah, you can just like walk through the ceiling.
I always found this tile puzzle funny because there's just one tile that's very obviously not a part of it.
It
Like,
tricks me.
they
It used to
kinda-
trick me.
Really?
Yes. It used to
Yeah, they
bait me.
kinda did not try that hard with the puzzle. But I
Yeah.
guess I got someone.
I'm gonna start talking about it now. But the final Poe is actually interesting. It spawns like 3 copies of itself around you, but the real one actually spawns 1 frame before the copies. So if you want to try and play along with Gortho here, try and look at the screen and spot which one appears first, and that is the real one. And you'll see you can kind of preemptively shoot it. The normal way to tell is, but the real one also spins, but.
Yeah, but it spins, like you have to wait. Oops. Oh,
Yeah, it doesn't spin right away, so.
Yeah. So here, like when it spawns, it's gonna spawn a frame early. This one? Yeah.
Nice. Fun little, like, mini game in the speedrun. Trying to tell which one spawns first.
Yeah, I could do this. This hurts my brain.
It's been all the same one.
I believe also it's the same even in Twilight Princess. In the Arbiter's Grounds dungeon, the real one spawns early, and you can. I don't think the same strat works, but
I have
sort of
not-
a funny instance of something being
No,
like that
no,
across
where am
multiple
I?
games.
Oh my goodness.
I have not played TP actually.
You've never
we
played
play, like,
TP?
Well, I play a few hours of it. Like, I think I got past where like the wolf link part, going back to a human, but I didn't get very far beyond that. I think I got to Forest Temple, like the first dungeon in the game, and I don't know.
Twilight Princess in a lot of ways is kind of like the successor to Ocarina of Time. There's a lot of like parallels and whatnot. A lot of people kind of feel like it has the sort of the same vibe as Ocarina of Time.
Yeah, I call myself a Zelda fan, but it's more like I'm an OT fan, and I like other games, kind of.
Gortho's actually resetting the basement there. When you ride that elevator up, it actually unloads it and reloads it, which resets the position of the like spinning walls. And that basically just skips having to push it a few times. So now we're about to fight Phantom Ganon. This fight can be a little tricky, so let's hope for a nice fast cycle. I think you said you're not going for the 1 cycle, but
No, I'm not going for 1 cycle.
there's a way to beat this boss ridiculously fast, but it's extremely difficult and precise. So even the casual way you're doing is still pretty challenging. Got to play tennis.
Hopefully, we're gonna try to avoid playing tennis.
Yeah.
Then try.
Probably my least favorite boss.
Phantom Ganon is pretty annoying.
He's got a cool design though.
Yeah. I will say, you hate Phantom Ganon more than Rova.
Oh, I don't know. Rova's pretty bad.
The decision.
I almost got baited.
So the real one in these paintings, there's a fake one and a real one, and the real one is a little brighter. It's pretty easy to tell on the Wii version, but on N64 it can be kind of difficult to see which one's brighter.
Yeah. You can also tell by a sound.
Oh yeah, if you're playing with stereo audio, the real one makes noise and the fake one doesn't. So you can kind of turn and tell which side of you the real one's on.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
So I could have got that in
So,
2
yeah.
cycle. It's like 3 hits and then 3 hits. But if the second cycle, if you miss the first hit, you always, and so you'd only be able to get 2 hits in. You want to refrain from doing that second hit and only do 1 hit. So do 2 hits or 3 hits, then 1 hit, and then 2 hits on the third cycle. Because if you do too much damage to him, he will start doing these rainbow attacks, which are really annoying and slow.
Thankfully, the next boss that we're gonna be fighting is not bad.
Yeah, like I say, a lot of the bosses in this game are kind of like way easier than they should be to kill. Especially with speedrun strats, but even casually, many of them can be kind of just easy.
Yeah, tell that to 11-year-old me who is playing OT3D without an L button.
Yeah.
Excuse
I
me.
had beat I had beat Baronade without targeting at all, and that was one of the worst moments of my entire life, dude. I swear to God.
One time
I want to throw my DS into the wall, dude.
One time I popped off when I beat Kadron's Jotwad time, and then I realized he got that time when he was like 12 years old.
Yeah. I've been like involved in speedrunning since I was 9. Like I'm more of a speedrun boomer than either of y'all, I think.
I know.
Which is really funny.
Well, actually, like, Grego was the youngest person in the OT community until you came around, so you guys are, like, the youngest, too, I think.
I started when I was like 15.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah,
Kadron, you like returned when you were 15 as well.
Yeah. Cairo is younger though, actually. He's
Really?
like 15. Yeah. Yeah. I actually found that out like a little while ago. Sorry, I probably should be like not seeing people
Yeah.
right now.
What's Caro's
My
social
bad.
security number?
24677.
This is kind of a long cutscene.
Yeah.
This
Oh,
is
hey,
like,
does that mean I can pop in?
Yes, of
Yeah, of
course.
Hi, everyone. I'm Natara, and I'm taking over for the next hour to
Hi, Natara.
have a fun time here. Hi, how's the run going?
It's going good, actually.
Love that.
Very
Looks
clean.
like it's going great. So, everyone, welcome. I'm so happy you're here. Speedrun Ragnarok 2024. What I'd like to do is talk about some incentives we have coming up for some of our future runs. Like right now, we're here with Ocarina of Time, which is going so well, amazing. We do also have, though, Link's Awakening for the Game Boy. Not Advance, not anything else, just straight up Game Boy. And that is going to be 100% reverse boss order, which is always a super fun time. But if we want to see that get a little more challenging and do it with only 3 hearts, then we have to make this incentive. Currently, we have $10 out of a required $250. And let me tell you, this run is amazing. Sushi Kishi did actually start teaching me this run, and it is amazing. And watching him do it at only 3 hearts is going to be even more exciting. So any donations you can give us will help with that. And they will enter you in as well for our prizes. Each day we've been having, usually it's 2 stream keys, which are available, but any donation will also enter you in for our grand prize, which is a set of 4 nerdy cross-stitch kits. It's like a Super Nintendo controller, I think there's an NES controller, just some really cool things, and 4 surprise Steam keys as well. So all of that helps. It all goes towards Take This. It makes us see some cool things. Zelda, not your thing? Probably not watching right now if that's the case, because, you know, Zelda's awesome. We also have Ultima 4 coming up tomorrow morning. And we have it's called Glitch the Abyss. What does that mean? I don't know, but we can find out if we can get to the needed $150. So everyone, keep those donations coming. They really help out the event. They help out Take This. They're doing really pretty good right now, but as I talked about earlier in our event, things are a little hard for charities right now. So any little bit you can do helps. But if all you can do this year is just chill with us and be here, welcome. We're so happy to have you. That's enough.
Thank you. So we actually just saw an instance of a glitch there. When Gortho was swimming in the water, she had the iron boots
Filthy cheater Gortho.
while she was swimming, and that actually
run invalid
is a glitch. It's actually allowed, and this was the glitch I was referring to earlier when I talked about this category being more glitched than glitchless any percent, because
it's kind of
swimming with irons has some extremely unintended behavior associated with it. Obviously, we didn't see it there, but if you swim with the iron boots like that, you can actually swim on land just very easily, which is obviously not intended. And then here, this is a trick to get down to the next level of the water temple without having to go and raise the water a bunch. Gortho failed it there, but luckily she saved beforehand.
Yeah. I pressed target a little too early. There are children outside screaming, and it's really distracting me.
What Gortho was trying to do there is called a gainer. Whenever you actually target a wall, you get some forward momentum, just a little bit of it. And so that forward momentum, if you target at the right time, can actually allow you to sort of move where you shouldn't be able to move. It's also it's not a glitch because it happens every single time that you target a wall. So unless we wanted to ban targeting walls, which is clearly intended behavior, we gotta allow being able to do gainers.
Yeah. Comment from Cubits for a little while back. Wow, don't get lost in the water temple. You need Nintendo Power, Gortho.
If
I am like pull up Zelda Dungeon for you, like if you need it.
Okay, yeah, good idea.
ZeldaDungeon.com. Search Ocarina Time.
Nice.
There we go.
So there you see, you can kind of just move forward onto that ledge.
Yeah. A little thing about gainers is that you need to untarget the same frame you side hop, because once you target in the air, you can't like retarget anything, and so you need to do like an untargeted side hop so that you're actually able to target the wall.
So this is one of the reasons we need to get the bow before we come to the water temple. Without glitches, there isn't a way to light these torches without shooting through that. We could use the fire arrows, but you actually can't get the fire arrows without beating the water temple. Or at least getting partially through the water temple. I guess you could get Inspire, yeah. But that's slow.
Yeah, we're fast boys around here. Fast boys and girls, I should say. I'm all inclusive.
So this is an interesting setup Gortho's doing here to get up to the top of the water temple without raising the water. There's a piece of hookshot collision on the wall, and if you kind of position yourself correctly, you can actually hit it without having to fall down. I described that pretty poorly, but you saw it there. It's kind of just a nice skip.
I'm hesitating when I'm doing my equips because I messed them up earlier, so now it's like my muscle memory is all thrown off for them.
So, I like always equip the shot and see right, and there have been a few times where I found something else. and then I keep accidentally like pressing bombs or whatever because
Yeah.
I'm just not used to it. It throws me off so hard.
That's an interesting sort of kind of avenue of runner expression in this game. There's a lot of items that get used a lot, like bombs and hookshot and Ocarina, and a lot of different runners have their like preferred C button to put it on. So you'll see people often have one thing in one place and another runner have it in a different place.
Yeah. I know a lot of people don't like bombs on C down with GameCube controllers, but I'm one of the freaks who does put them there even with a GameCube controller.
Yeah.
And I've done that like ever since I was a kid, so it just stuck.
This is another room that we're gonna do something maybe a little bit unintended and skip raising and lowering these dragon heads once by hookshotting the very corner of this and then jump slashing onto the platform like that.
Pretty similar to what we did in the main room, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then there actually isn't collision on the bottom of the dragon heads, so we just kind of get pushed up through by the floor. It looks like a clip, but just based on the way the collision is, it just technically is not a clip.
Yeah, I think there is a collision there, but it's like a weird edge case where like you're not actually clipping through it, you're like popping. I don't know. People have looked at it and it's odd, but it's generally loud.
So this is the Darklink fight. Darklink has the amount of health that you have, which is kind of one of the reasons that we want to avoid getting too much health throughout the run. Like skipping the Fire Temple heart and the Forest Temple heart. It's an interesting shot Gortho's doing. This is kind of a nightmare of a boss casually because it's not really clear how you're supposed to hit him. But by stepping to the right, doing these side slashes,
Hit me!
you can.
Hit me!
You gotta hold right when you're doing the slash.
No.
Kind of like
It's... He's like not... Hold on. There we go. If he gets like weird like that and doesn't like, you can't hit him with the side slash, you have to do a vertical slash. And he has to hit you in order for it to get like, to get him back in position. Pretty
kind of
annoying.
awkward. The easy way to do it is with nuts, but it's a lot slower.
Yeah, I like that strat a lot. It's very goofy.
Facing away from him the whole time.
Yeah. Works really well, though.
So here we're getting the long shot. This is kind of a really powerful item casually. And even in this run, it's going to help us do a lot of crazy things.
Yeah, it's useful in Glitchless, but it really isn't as useful as you might think in like a glitched context.
Yeah.
Like,
Even in Glitchless, it's not technically required outside of this dungeon.
yeah.
They kind of obviously tried really hard to make it not possible to get to Morpho without it, but other than that, pretty much everything else can be done glitchless.
Long shot is like, it's a really cool item casually. In a speedrun contest, it kinda sucks. Or it doesn't suck, but it's just not worth it.
It's definitely always nice to have, but
Yeah.
it's very deep in the water temple, so you can't really access it very quickly.
Like, even if I'm playing rando, I'm never like, oh, I hope I get the long shot, man. It's like, oh, that's cool.
Yeah. So there, you actually get enough downwards momentum from the fall to get underneath that platform. So this room is usually pretty annoying without the iron boots, but I'm luckily able to make it work.
Oh no, my cat is coming to step on my keyboard.
Oh no, the cat aggro.
Kitty? She's right in front of my monitor. Oh my gosh. Okay, get out of here, please.
The game. Reset the game.
Can you imagine?
Your time is more valid now because you're doing it with a, a cat in the way.
Yeah.
There's more of that swimming with iron boots I was talking about.
Filthy cheating once again.
This was actually voted on in, I think, the second to last Glitchless vote. And people voted to keep it, so...
it's interesting because there's this kind of like I don't know how you call it. There's a little bit of like pretentiousness from the glitchless any percent runners, like, oh, we're doing like the real category with the hard tricks, and it was just odd to see that the AMQ runners voted on having that be allowed, even though it is just a glitch.
A little fun thing about glitchless ruling is that as long as a glitch doesn't like benefit you, they won't reject your run for it. So
Yeah,
like,
so if you do a bunch of glitches but it loses time or you did it on accident, I mean, if you're doing stuff like intentionally, just for like a joke, it's not really gonna fly. But if you accidentally do a glitch, and it doesn't save time, then
that's something I really want to do. Like, I want to just do like dot skip and then reverse dot skip just to play Song of Time. Like, if I ever do a glitchless run, just because that sounds funny as fuck, dude.
there's a lot of instances actually that if you're like normally a glitch category runner and you find yourself running a glitchless category, you might have muscle memory to do things a certain way, just from having doing them like hundreds of thousands of times, and you can actually accidentally end up doing glitches just because you're used to doing them.
Yeah, I've like thought a little bit about getting like glitchless rando races and stuff, but that's kind of one of my fears, is just doing something out of muscle memory, because I've done like so much with glitches and whatnot.
Yeah.
This is a Morpha fight. This fight is usually pretty annoying casually, but there's a very, very easy way to kind of cheese it and make it very quick and easy.
Mm-hmm.
If you mess that up, though, it's pretty annoying.
Yeah, I mean, it's still just kind of like, it's annoying to even have to do it, honestly.
Yeah.
So we just go off to the corner, wait for oh yeah, it's a PG stream. Okay, I gotta like stop saying bad words. I haven't said that many, but I feel a little bad now. My fault.
We all slip up too.
Anyways, as I was saying, yeah, you can just pull her. I keep saying her for all the like it bosses, but I don't think Morpha has a gender either. Anyways, you can just pull Morpha to the little corner here and beat on it until it dies, and it can't escape you at all. There is technically a faster way of doing this, where you can kind of crouch stab into the water, like right after the fight starts, but I don't know if that's actually possible with just Master Sword, because you usually do it. Yeah, you usually do it with like the Goron Sword or Deku Stick if it's a glitch category, but that's pre like RNG anyways, because it's bouncing around a lot. Not super fun.
So that is, what, 6 dungeons?
I believe so. Only 2 more.
2 more.
We must be getting close to the end.
Time is at 5:30, 6:30. Yeah. It's always after Water Temple that I'm like, this run is so long. I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I still have like an hour and a half.
Yeah, the main goal here really is to beat the dungeons, but there's so much sidetracking we have to do to collect items or kind of do side quests, and it just ends up taking forever.
As a parent,
You got a pretty long cutscene here if you want donations or any kind of other incentives.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, yeah, I'd definitely like to talk. Want to again remind everyone, we have so many cool incentives, but we really do require your help to make those. Coming up in the last run of this evening, we are going to be doing that Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening Game Boy run, 100% reverse boss order. It is, you have to trust me if you have not seen that run before. It is amazing. But we could make it even more challenging by making Sushi Kishi do it with only 3 hearts. But we do have to get to that $250 in order to do it. And so far we only have 10. So we do have a few hours to make that. So I have absolute faith we can do it. But any donations would help with that.
So the end of this cutscene here is actually going to kind of tell us to get the fire arrows. Normally we get the fire arrows right here after beating the water temple, but we're actually going to skip them. It's not meant to be possible to skip them, but we can. So generally you kind of get to choose between fire arrows or din fire as like your sort of resource-based flame resource, I guess.
Resource-based flame resource.
Resource flame, yeah.
Very good way of putting it.
But there are instances that specifically require dins, so we're gonna get dins. So now we're gonna do a big long walk all the way to the spirit temple.
This is... Oh my. This is a long back walk.
All the way out of Lake Hylia, all the way across Hyrule Field, and then eventually we'll get to the Haunted Wasteland. That's like a good 2-minute walk.
Do you think this is how Sisyphus felt pushing that rock up the hill?
Maybe.
You think Sisyphus had one of the gloves to help?
I'm actually curious, Gortho, why did you get the fairy there?
I get I grab a Shadow Fairy in Water Temple, just in
Gotcha.
case in Shadow if my health is bad.
Yeah, I was about to say, you ladder clipped there, Dortho. Saw that.
Not a glitch.
I saw you clip in the ladder, Dortho.
It's only a glitch if you use it to your advantage. Like I say, I really can't emphasize enough that this is a very broken game. And even casually, there are things like that you might hookshot a ladder and see Link appear out of bounds for a second. And that's not intended. It's not supposed to be like that. It is out of bounds, but it's just how the game was built, and we can't really do anything about that. Because it oftentimes becomes precise to avoid glitching. As opposed to just allowing something that is clearly sort of meant to be something you can do, even if the behavior isn't necessarily intended.
Also, random fact, you may notice that I'm always entering load zones from the right side. It's just, faster to do that.
Is that true?
Yes.
For every loading zone?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, in the overworld.
I've never heard about that.
What?
So, I mean, do you mean it's a matter of,
It's closer.
Okay, yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
I thought you meant, some property of the loading zone.
No,
I was like,
no.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that makes more sense.
Yeah. This is Gerudo's fortress. The guards will try and catch you the same way, basically, that the guards
And it
to get
happened.
Zelda's lullaby caught you. And yeah, that's a good example of it. If that happens, you get thrown into jail. I was gonna just talk about it, but here it is. We're in jail.
I didn't backwalk far enough, so I was too far forward there. I always forget where this thing is. There it is.
A little fun fact I have about Gerudo Fortress here is that it's possible you could get here without hookshot by using Epona to jump over the bridge, and if you do get caught without hookshot, you get thrown to the river instead of jail.
Well, you get thrown into the river as child, but as adult, if you don't have a hookshot, you get thrown outside of the carpenter's tent.
Yeah. I'm too child-filled, bro. Too much short window, bro.
Here is actually... Oops. I don't know why I talked to him. You're supposed to walk out and talk to him. Is a good example of, we do accidentally get a glitch here called ISG, Infinite Sword Glitch. But we don't use it, and it doesn't do anything for us, so it's okay. It's not gonna like invalidate your run.
The way that ISG gets activated is it's kind of like the quick and dirty way of explaining it is that if you interrupt a crouch stab, then the sword hitbox doesn't stop swinging. And so you end up with this infinitely swinging sword hitbox that has a bunch of weird properties, but it is a glitch to get ISG. It's just that it's very easy to do by accident here, so we don't really worry about it. If you see Link's sword hitbox kind of just swinging a bunch as he puts the sword away, it's a good indicator that you got ISG. And then you can see there too, the torch getting hit, or looking like it's getting hit, even though the sword isn't out, means you have ISG. Luckily, it goes away when you open the door, so we don't even actually have it for very long, even though it isn't saving us time.
My equips are all messed up.
Fun fact about this this kind of sequence here: we're just trying to get the Gerudo card so that the Gerudos like accept us and allow us to pass into the Haunted Wasteland. But the Gerudo card isn't actually what matters. It's saving the 4 Carpenters. Once those Carpenters are saved, then you're accepted by the Gerudos, even if you don't have the Gerudo card.
Yeah.
The Gerudo card's kind of just like this sort of symbolic thing in the menu to show that you did that, sort of like the Light Medallion.
Little fun thing with that is that you can get a glitch called walking while talking. You can set the flag and then like have the area reloaded before you actually obtain the Gerudo's card. And then you've saved all of them and you're free walk, but you do actually have it. I think it's fun.
There's a lot of neat things in this game, with and without their uses.
I think there are a few things like that quite a few things actually that check specifically for the action and not like the item you get as a result of the action.
Yeah, I think
so.
like,
For example, to go back in time, you need to beat Forest Temple. It's specifically beating Forest Temple. It's not Forest Medallion. That's relevant because you can like put Forest Medallion into your inventory with glitches, but that won't help you.
generally the logic they used to do different things in this game is extremely flawed. It's not clear whether or not it was just one guy like messing up a lot, or several developers kind of having having multiple ways of doing things. But different things in the game check for very different things that you might think, oh, I just need to do this, when really it's some niche part of that process of doing whatever that thing is that actually matters.
Oh, this is cool. So this Gerudo guard here that's talking to me right now, her, the color of her clothes will change based on what tunic you're wearing. So she's wearing green right now. If I was in the Goron tunic, she'd be wearing red, and same for the blue tunic. And if you have a a flashing bomb chew, and you hold it close to her while you're, holding it above Link's head, her outfit will actually flash like the bomb chew.
And then she also has programmed in like ways to match your gauntlet color, I believe. Although I don't remember exactly the conditions for that to get used, but she can be like yellow or white or gold as well.
I didn't know that either.
I think it's weird because you can access it with the glitched tunics, but the glitched tunics are like weird. So it's like a niche condition of a niche condition.
Right.
Fig, I think, actually did like post an explanation of why that happens somewhere, but
there's a lot of things in this game that like they check things that you wouldn't think they should check to do certain actions. Like not just like things like, oh, the Forest Medallion, but certain flags that are completely unrelated end up mattering for certain things. Trying just sort of ends up being kind of odd. Like I say, you don't really see a whole lot of it applied in the glitches category, but
Honestly, if you ever...
Go ahead, Keitron.
Sorry. And we didn't talk about this trick, I guess. Normally, you'd use a Lens of Truth for the section Hawkton Wasteland past the little building there, but using some visual cues, we can just walk along the path that, is determined to be safe. Because you don't actually need Lens of Truth for anything, it just shows you the Poe that guides you. So if you know the path, you're fine.
Even though I've done this hundreds and hundreds of times, I still get a little spooked doing it. Because voiding loses so much time.
What? Oh yeah. Thing I was gonna mention earlier. If you ever want to know anything about OT, honestly, just go on the Speedrun Discord and do like search from Fig. Chances are he's probably already answered it.
There's a lot of very, very intelligent people that have done a lot of work on this game. There's so much research to read about. It's deep. It goes very deep.
Yeah, there are a lot of people I look up to. A lot of very knowledgeable people.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we have a lot of renowned glitch hunters in our community.
We have made it to the end of Adult 1.
Well, not quite. We still got to get the Requiem of Spirit.
Oh yeah. We're almost at the end of Adult 1.
Yeah.
You're so silly, Gortho.
I know.
This is an interesting thing. A way that he chose to have the game flow. You can't actually do anything in the Spirit Temple. Like, if you enter it right now, so you're kind of expected to try and do stuff and then realize that you can't and leave. I know when I was doing this casually, I got stuck. I was just so confused about how I was supposed to progress in the Spirit Temple. And I finally left. You get the song. You're supposed to come back as child, so.
There's Raru, apparently.
Yeah, Raru the owl. If you talk to that owl, he actually tells you the Navi text from the start of the game, "Hello, my name is Navi."
Wait, what?
Yeah, so any actor in this game, any NPC, I'll say, you can talk to them, and they have their custom text that they'll talk to you about. But actors that you're not meant to talk to don't have their text initialized, so it just ends up being the value 0. And the 0 text is that Navi text there from the start of the game. So if you gain control in a cutscene like that, where you can talk to an NPC, or if you talk to an actor you're not supposed to, then they'll have that Navi text.
Yeah, you can do the same thing out of a cutscene with Deku Scrubs in Deku Tree.
Yeah.
You're able to pop them out in a specific way with Hammer, and if you go and talk to them after the fact, they'll just tell you the Navi text.
That's so funny. Getting Prelude here. This song allows us to warp back and forth to the Temple of Time. I think we use it twice.
It's pretty useful, especially as child, because the save warp location is Link's house.
Mm-hmm.
So you want to just go to the Temple of Time, you can use that song.
You can learn this song once you beat the Forest Temple.
Yeah. You actually can't go back in time. I mean, like Hadrian was saying, without beating the Forest Temple, and Sheik is basically just standing on the pedestal in your way until you do that, and you can learn the song.
Okay. Child 2.
On to Child 2.
Child 2 is very short. We literally just go and get Din's fire, and then we do Child Spirit, and then we're done with Child altogether.
So gotta get Din's fire now.
I can't tell if my bomb count is good or bad right now. Optimally, this route is bomb perfect, which means every single bomb you get has a use. No room for error. But there are bomb drops you can pick up to avoid that.
It's a lot less stressful than a lot of glitch categories where bombs are being used for bomb tricks, which are often a lot more precise than just like blowing up a wall. So if you fail the bomb tricks, which you can absolutely fail, you end up losing a lot of time because you have to get more bombs. But glitchless, luckily, the bomb uses aren't too crazy.
Mm-mm.
But then there's a lot of optimization you can do by pulling a bomb earlier than you need to try and get it to explode as fast as possible. And if you pull it too early, then you can end up letting it explode when you don't want it to explode.
Then you have to
So you kind of got to balance like risk reward.
Okay, what button is my ocarina on? C, right? Back to Spirit.
Child Spirit is interesting.
Camera. There's actually an optimal way to talk to this girl. You have to go to the third option, then the second option, and then finally the first option. If you do them in other orders, it's slower. She talks more.
It's actually interesting. A lot of, I'll just say almost all of the text in this game, it doesn't really matter how you mash it. And almost always, again, you don't really have to worry about selecting a different option. But that one, it's like all of the instances of it not mattering come together to make this one matter a lot. Because there's like 3 options.
And it's really easy to mess it up because you'll just be mashing and then like accidentally pick the wrong option.
There's also a lot of weird properties with the way that the cursor works on the text box options. So depending on like how you did the last text box, like if you were buying an item, then it'll end up making the next one act weird. Just a lot of like knowledge checks with that basically. And here, Gortho equipped the Hylian shield. When you have the Hylian shield on, you can't get it burned. So we basically just want to preserve the Deku shield. And it works out, luckily, that because we're doing an equip there, it doesn't really lose a lot of time. But either way, we end up putting ourselves in a pretty precarious situation with the keys, so it's definitely worth it.
Oh no!
Oh, that's tragic. Oh my goodness.
Dude.
Okay.
That was kind of crazy, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, you stunned the Sulfos? Nice.
Yeah. So that's what I was
There
trying
we
to
go.
do is you
And you
throw the boomerang and then you side hop to make the boomerang like curve over to hit that switch.
you
But
stunned the bubble too there.
I know.
The bubble there too. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. As soon as
I-
I jump side hopped there,
Your
the
audio
Stalfos
wordsmith up, dude.
hit me and made me void. What did you say, Kadrian?
I said we're all getting our words mixed up.
Yeah, yeah. And then backtracking here.
Normally you'd collect all the silver rupees in there to push the gate down, but that's slow.
I don't think I need any more bombs, but I'll just get it just in case.
More bomb drops is always good. There have been moments where I've had like bombs and then I still go for bomb drops, dude.
Yeah.
You never have too many bombs.
Yeah. Too bomb brain. What 5 grass patches of no bombs does to a man.
Well, I missed the switch, but
So we're actually getting bomb chews here. Bomb chews are required for like exactly one thing, and they're even in the room that you need them for, but it's faster to get them here.
Yeah, you're like beefing with that switch, dude. It
I
did
know.
not want you to hit it.
seriously. If this was like a real run that I was timing, I'd be like raging right now.
The Zalphos hit you twice.
I know.
Feels like when it rains, it pours in this game generally.
Yeah.
If one thing goes wrong, it tends to go wrong for like another 30 seconds before
Mhm.
it starts coming back.
I agree with that, but I think when it happens to me, it's more that I just get unreasonably angry over the tiniest things.
Yeah.
It's hard not to get tilted.
OT brings out the worst in people, I think.
Definitely very frustrating sometimes, like any good game. So there's kind of 3 puzzles in this room. And I know I get mixed up a lot about which ones I actually have to do. I think there's pulling the switch, lighting the torches, and then collecting the silver rupees. The pulling the block opens the door to get to the next room, and then lighting the torches gives you the key, and collecting the silver rupees lights a different torch that you can use optionally to light the other torches. Just like a lot of stuff going on.
Man. Man. Just let me live. What's my health looking like? I'll pick these up.
Not one shot to the Iron Knuckle. This is our first Iron Knuckle fight coming up. It's luckily a lot easier as Child because you can kind of get under it very easily, but we'll see a few more of these as Adult, and they're a little scarier.
A little scary, yeah. They do a lot
Especially-
of damage.
Yeah, one hit of them will do 4 hearts, and then even if you have a fairy, they can like hit you while you're reviving from the fairy and just like kill you twice with one hit, which is interesting.
Alrighty.
Here's the Silver Gauntlets. We're gonna talk to Raru one more time, and then off to the child section. Or off to adult 2, I mean.
Yes. Adult 2.
Any good run as adult 2?
Gotta save her.
You know, this is what she gets for, like, talking so much at the beginning of the temple, honestly.
It's interesting. In a lot of other categories, there's some pretty big continuity errors with the way that we like see cutscenes, the orders we see cutscenes in. very often you'll watch this as adult. Even in Glitchless 90%, you'll watch this as adult, and then immediately go on to just beat the Spirit Temple.
One of themes about one of my favorite naming conventions for any trick is a glitchless and then the name of the glitch. So
Yeah.
so there's a trick in glitchless 80% which is generally called bean jump, but is also called glitchless spirit hover. And that is the funniest thing in the world to me, dude. I love it so much.
Or even if it's not necessarily like the name of a specific glitch, just like a thing that is almost never done without glitches, like glitchless minuet skip or
Glitchless shout early.
yeah.
So
Glitchless ground jump or recoil jump is another favorite, but that's not super common.
Yeah.
we're at the beginning of Adult 2. We're not going to go directly back to Spirit. Spirit is split up a lot. We're actually going to go to Kakariko and get Nocturne for Shadow Temple later.
And Nocturne is available for us to trigger once we've beaten the Forest, Fire, and Water dungeons.
Yeah, I
Wait,
think that's right. Well, no.
I got that right?
Yeah.
Forest, Fire, Water? Yeah,
I think
Forest,
that's
Fire,
right.
Water. I don't know why that was something I was blanking on, but yeah, Forest, Fire, Water. So we could have gotten an adult one, but it's actually just a little faster to get it now.
And this cutscene's pretty long. So.
If you have anything more you want to say about donations.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, absolutely. We always want to talk more about that. Not getting a little slow on donations, but again, that's totally cool. Love that. It happens. But we can talk about our event and our wonderful, wonderful charity. So take this. Their motto is support community and mental wellness because it takes both appropriate support, including healthy work and home environments, clinical support, and opportunities for self-care, as well as a supportive community to build the resilience everyone needs for mental well-being. And that happens in like all walks of life. So they're good at helping with that. And they want you to just feel good in all points of your life, not just, not just at work, not just at other things. If you're not having fun doing it, that feels bad. We don't want that. But, so yeah, they're here supporting us. One of the things they have done in the past is they've had amazing AFK rooms, which is at events like PAX. I know I used one myself at PAX Unplugged. And it was just so good. It's a quiet room.
I'm so sorry.
It had dark lights. It had we had coloring to do. They have a mental health professional there. It's just quiet, a way to just take yourself out of the what is sometimes overstimulating hustle and bustle of those events. So I'm hoping going forward they definitely will be able to keep that up. And this money helps support them, both in general to just keep the lights on, but it helps them continue programs like that. For those who are just joining us, we are also currently trying to meet one of our incentives because we're currently doing a nice big Zelda block this evening. Right now, we're watching Ocarina of Time. Coming up next, we'll be doing a Triology, we're calling it, where Ice Blue is going to be running Zelda 1, then Zelda 2, then Zelda 3 right in a row. And to round up our night, we're going to be having Sushi Kishi running the original Link's Awakening for the Game Boy. But to add a little spice, that's going to be 100% reverse boss order. So that's already going to be super exciting, and glitches definitely allowed there. But he also has a really fun incentive to force him to do it with only 3 hearts. So that sounds like a challenge anyways, but we can make it harder. We can make it harder. So we need your help with that. So any donations, you can assign them to the applicable incentive, and that helps us so much. The donation link has been linked in chat, so you can use that if you do want to make a donation. Also want to note that my time here is coming to an end. Very shortly, we're going to have our good pal, Bridget Garay, is going to come in and lead you out for the rest of your run. So thank you so much
Oh
for
my
having
goodness.
me. Yeah, I'm just here
We're-
chilling.
We've gone through 3 hosts, dude.
That's how good y'all are. You deserve 3 hosts.
It's a long run.
Such a long run, yeah.
Yeah, right? So, but I know it's been chill and amazing. So thanks for having me. And I'll be back on the mic later this evening, actually, with that Link to the Past reverse boss order run. Not Link to the Past, haha. Link's Awakening. So thanks for having me and good luck with the rest of the run.
Thank you.
Thank you. Stream has been going for 10 hours. We've taken up 30% of that. Hola.
So we are back in Spirit Temple as adult. Oops.
This, in my opinion, is the most boring part of the dungeon, Adult Spirit.
Oops.
Feels like a lot of housekeeping puzzles, more than interesting stuff.
There's actually a floor master here. You can see Navi hovering over it. We can just avoid it completely by pushing this mirror a certain way.
Poor floor master. He's trying so hard.
He's trying.
He's trying his best.
Yeah.
I believe in him. Maybe one day.
I give them an A for effort.
Here's one of the little convenient things with the long shot. You can just shoot it straight to the chest instead of having like climb all the way around and then hook shot it.
This torch I'm about to hook shot to.
Long shot coming in clutch. Ooh.
If I can hook shot it, long shot it.
Eventually.
Ah! Please.
Equips can be a monster.
There's a switch in here that spawns like a flame. Oops. Okay, now we're gonna be a little low on magic. But that's okay. That switch over there spawns a flame, and you're supposed to like run around the room and lure those enemies into the flame, but we can just use dins. You have to have a certain positioning when you set it in order to get all 3. Which my positioning was a little off, so that's why I missed one. Now here is the next Iron Knuckle. A little scary.
You stay crouched underneath them like that, particularly on like underneath their left knee area, they can't hit you with any of their attacks. So it's just a matter of timing your crouch steps correctly.
Yeah, you just pretty much avoid them altogether. Mirror shield, we will need this. It's really cool how, like, muscle memory works. Like I said, I just moved and I haven't played this game in like a month, really. So to pick it back up so easily is like really nice. I honestly was so worried that I was gonna just throw the whole run on accident.
I think you'd be doing great. There haven't really been a lot of major mistakes at all.
Yeah, besides
so far,
having
so.
to reset to the gainer, like, I think everything else has been pretty fine.
Yeah, this run has gone really well.
Yeah.
Of course, now that we say that, you're gonna get like a... you're
I know.
gonna get like a billion
I'm gonna get,
cycles
like,
on
the
Rova.
worst Rova RNG.
As long as Shadow goes okay, I think that's the last kind of big hurdle in the realm.
Yeah. I need to grab some magic here. I'm gonna need magic to enter, Shadow Temple. And since I had to use extra magic, on the room with that used Din's Fire, I will need to pick some up. And this is the very last time that we will use bombs in this run, actually.
Is that true?
Yes.
Interesting. I guess you choose for the rest, yeah.
Yep.
Gotcha. It's a 7 to spare. Not too bad.
Come on. Leave me alone!
Eventually. We'll get it eventually.
Fun fact, if you use Din's Fire in that room, the game crashes.
Yeah.
It's a little known thing. Specifically the white bubbles. Using Din's Fire on the white bubbles causes the game to crash for some reason.
I was watching, someone learned this run one time, and good old Arthur came in and was like, oh, this is what you're supposed to do in this room, set Din's Fire.
What?
And they did, and the game crashed. What? It was...
Why did he do that? Like, his whole thing is being helpful but generous, bro. Why was he feeling so evil at one moment?
That was the first time that I saw that.
We saw a piece of his true self.
It wasn't like someone brand new. It was like a homie in the community, you know.
Alright. Makes it slightly better.
There are, like, I've said it a million times, there are so many things in this game that it's like unbelievable. You think you know everything and there's still, you don't even know half of it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, this fight is also a little scary, and my health is gonna make it a little more scary, so... But I have a fairy, but I would like to save that fairy for Shadow if I can.
It luckily is exactly the same as the other Iron Knuckle fights, so pretty much just crouch near the left knee and time your slashes.
Nice, okay. It's scary to get a recoil.
Yeah, if you are shielding at the wrong moment of their attack, then you can get pushed back and then out of basically like the invuln range. And so if you're not quick to react, very easily get slashed by the Iron Knuckle.
So Twin Rova is coming up, the Spirit Temple boss, and the first phase of this fight is RNG. Excuse me, chair. It can be quite an annoying fight, but hopefully we get good RNG.
Yeah, Twin Rova is like one of the most infamous fights in this game because you can just lose so much time.
Yeah, with that.
Not even to gain a fall of your own.
Exactly, that's what I was about to say too.
There is also a chance we see really good RNG if one of the sisters shoots twice in a row or 3 times in a row. It's pretty rare, but it can happen, and it saves a lot of time.
Come over
It's
here,
actually-
please.
It's possible for them to shoot 4 times in a row, but it's actually often not fast.
Nice,
See that
there we
there was
go.
a double.
Yeah. Did not mean to do that.
Oh, I think you would have gotten a triple. That's tragic.
Maybe, yeah. I didn't mean to load my hook shot both times. No! That's just bad gaming. That wasn't bad RNG. This is actually very good RNG right now. Please. What? You? No. Wasn't that 4?
I believe so.
I
Sometimes if you do 4, they can actually just shoot again if they're if they already have a shot loaded up. Oh, so see there, I think that's like extra unlucky because you got not only 1 but 2.
Maybe I just counted wrong? I swear that was 4 though.
I honestly didn't see 100%, but it is possible for him to do extra shots after you've already done 4 hits.
But
Obviously.
RNG-wise, that should have been a really fast fight. That was really good. I just was scuffed with it.
I'm just doing the same thing I did when I commentated for ZSR with Grade. I just let him explain everything about Twin Rova, and I shut up because I don't know the technicalities.
Not Grego, but a different OT runner named Greg.
Yes. Yeah, he's only average Greg. Grego is ambiguously good. Ambiguous quality.
You mean great?
Greg.
I thought I was. I
Oh,
was Greg.
true, actually. He's Grego the greatest. So he's above average Greg.
We got Goodgortho, Grego the Greatest. What are you, Game Boy?
Like, great boy.
No. Grego already has that one. It's taken.
It's funny. There's
Sure, it's okay.
my tag on like speedrun stuff is Grego the Greatest, and then there's a different runner in the Ocarina of Time community whose tag is Average Greg. So there's this joke that there's the 2 Gregs, and I'm the greatest and he's just average.
There's also Moose Crap and Moose OOT,
Those two confuse me.
who are,
Yeah,
who are
two
both
mooses.
active bingo players, mind you. So it's like, it's a little confusing.
Average Greg is actually pretty cracked at this category too. He's a glitchless homie.
Greg had the glitches for a record at one point. Yeah. The world
Name is
record.
average. Name is average Greg. Look inside. Above average.
So true. Okay, we have one more dungeon.
Kind of in the home stretch now. Just that one dungeon, and then we got to do the trials, but that's pretty much it.
Yep.
I say that, and it's still almost like 45 minutes left.
Yeah. This dungeon can go, you know, good Or it can go very, very bad.
It has a lot of cool movement. Shadow Temple's a very, very sick dungeon.
Yeah, it is.
I'm just honked out right now, dude. This run's so long.
It's so long.
I could not imagine the era of this. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, I've been like able to check Discord and whatnot. I guess I could kind of while the
But remember
era, but like,
to stretch and drink water and all that.
yeah. I haven't drinking any water actually. I should.
I want a coffee.
I haven't done commentary on a run this long, and I've had to drink so much water just to keep my voice like okay.
I've been trying to get into more commentary. Like I said, I did the ZSR thing, relay race, and I did like a bit of stuff for anti-bingo a little while back.
I love commentating for OT bingo stuff because I have no idea what I'm doing there. I'm just there to chill.
She's just happy to be there, you know.
I'm just happy to be there.
She thinks she's part of the team.
Exactly.
We got to get you on the short bingos.
I like doing bingos. I mean, I think the last bingo I did was maybe like in the summer sometime. I mean, I enjoy it, but I just don't really have time, especially like if I want to run AMQ.
Bingo's an interesting way to run the game. It's ran on vanilla, like a speedrun, but kind of similar to Rando, you get a random board every time, and you have to choose a road to do. And it's a glitched kind of run, I guess you would call it. But it requires you to know a lot of stuff. So it's something that a lot of I guess you'd say more experienced, more knowledgeable players really find a lot of fun in.
Mm-hmm.
More knowledgeable, quote unquote.
Well, I just mean
like,
as opposed to specializing in one category.
yeah. I like bingo a lot. Listen, you know, I gotta plug bingo to all 91 viewers watching. If you like OT, if you like OT speedruns, if you like randomizer, I don't care. And please play bingo, or please watch bingo players, or just give it a chance, because it's really fun, and it's a good way to learn new glitches. And we have 2 tournaments coming up relatively soon. We have a Hell Bingo tournament, which is like really hard version of it, and we have a rookie tourney. So, turning like 4 beginners. So if you're interested in it at all, you should try it out.
Yeah, bingo is a very palatable way to get into glitched OT runs.
I mean, bingo's the way I learned most glitches that I know. It's really useful if you just want to like learn. Okay, so this was RNG. We don't have the lens to see which where to pull that block. It either is the second pool, the third pool, or the fourth pool. Second is the best RNG because obviously you don't have to go for the third or fourth. We got the second one, which is the best RNG you can get. So that's perfect.
Normally you can see where it is with the lens of truth. And just generally in this dungeon, you're expected to have the lens of truth for a lot of like puzzles, things that are invisible or things that look like they're there but they're not. So this is a kind of a way that Glitchless isn't really casual. You wouldn't really be expected to do this without the lens, but we're gonna do it.
There are some scary parts without the lens. See, this is exactly why I get a fairy, for this dungeon. Because I have 1.5 hearts. Uh-oh. You can actually soft lock at one of these Skulltulas. if you get hit, you get stuck, and they just hit you over and over and over, like when you're trying to stand up. It's pretty annoying, and you can't do anything. You just have to reset.
There's actually a little interesting thing there. Gortho mentioned she had 1.5 hearts, and she ran into a Skulltula and took damage, but she still has 1.5 hearts. There's actually roll and vulnerability in this game, so... Oh.
Okay.
Near the end of your roll, you actually have invincibility frames, and so if you get hit by a Skulltula, you won't die.
I need to die.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm not sure.
Okay, there we go. The reason I need to die is because I'm about to do a trick that will take damage in order for me to do it.
It only takes a 1/4 heart, though. You could've...
Are you sure?
Yeah, the spikes only do a 1/4.
Okay, then I would have been fine.
Either way.
But I'm out of nuts now. But I think I'm fine. Do I need nuts for anything else?
I think you're good. You could use it on the Wallmaster, but I don't think you have to. This jump here is pretty scary. There's 1/2 of that collision that acts like a floor, so you can walk through it. The other half actually just will like make you slide off, like we saw that first time. And then there's a silver rupee underneath that BMOS. You're supposed to have to kill it to access it, but you can get into the collision enough to just grab it. So that was a damage boost. It's actually very easy to clip there. Gortho didn't clip that time, but if you do clip, you actually have to reload the room and try again. It just allows you to skip a puzzle in this room. There's actually another glitchless way to do it, but it's like significantly harder, and it was really nice when damage boost got allowed because we were able to just go back to doing that easy strat.
Yes, the hover boots one. I never even had to learn that because I wasn't running the category at the
It's
time.
awful. It's like truly, it's awful. I hate it.
This is the very scary part without lens. I have a strat I use. I aim towards the bottom left of that brick wall down there. And it never fails me. There's a way you can keep it unloaded, too. But I don't do that. Okay.
I always struggle to find this hookshot target when,
Yeah, same.
when I'm doing it blind.
It's only this one I struggle with. All the others
No, yeah,
I'm
I
fine.
swear. It's like it's cursed. So normally to get out of this room, you'd have to defeat all the enemies, but that's slow, so that's why we set Ferrar's Wind to be able to just quickly backtrack.
This is kind of unrelated, but that room with the big pot, you know, and it being like the same exact deal as the room with the 3 Spain pots or whatever. I don't know, I just always found that a little odd.
No!
This room is kind of a nightmare. I think you're
is that not
expected to put the
fast
iron
enough?
boots, and you're able to do it without the iron boots, but the movement's pretty tight.
Okay. We are pretty much past the scary part of Shadow.
I think the one thing left is the boss, honestly.
Yeah.
The boss of this dungeon is pretty scary. It's funny, I feel like Bongo Bongo, the boss of this dungeon, and then Phantom Ganon, the Forest Temple boss, are like two of some of the easiest bosses with glitches, but they become really, really difficult glitchlessly because you don't have access to that infinite sword glitch we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, so Bongo, you have to, if you want to beat him in one cycle, you have to hit it at 150 beats per minute. A lot of people listen to like Skater Boy by Avril Lavigne. Use the beat off that.
Cabbage 72 actually has a playlist of 150 BPM songs. I think it's called like Bondo Bondo or something.
I actually will listen to I listen to a metronome and
That's so lame though. That's
no,
not
no,
cool,
you're
like
not letting me
Skater Boy.
finish.
Okay.
And then I like can hear in the metronome, you know, the beat, and then I transfer that to my B button. So I can hear, like, I call it button metronome. I can hear 150 beats in my buttons presses. So,
I prefer to listen to a 2400 BPM metronome so that I can hear each frame, but then I hear between frames as well. I just count the frames.
are you like kidding?
Giga Chad.
I get scared on this boat because if I miss the first like shot or two to those bomb flowers, and then stay on the boat after, one time I voided, and that was not fun. During that cutscene. What?
Oh, this guy is a monster because if you don't kill it fast enough, then it'll grow into a second wall master. And we rely a lot on knowing where it is at the start of the room because it's invisible. If it spawns a new one, it's like it's really hard to deal with.
Now we're going to the boss key. I will probably set FW
Yeah, I was gonna say that's a
before
good
Bongo.
idea for a safe strat.
Yeah.
Feel I'm not talking enough. I'm just I'm tired.
This is a pretty like movement focused area.
Yeah.
We're pretty much
There's
just
not
going
really-
through the puzzles.
There's not really a whole lot of like pet you talk about.
Here's another thing. Here, another example of invisible stuff that we need to know without lens. This room here, there's floors across the whole thing, but you can't see them obviously.
Luckily, Gortho's a pro gamer, and
That was close actually.
It was
Yeah,
pretty
that-
close. Wait, did I set FW? No, I didn't, did I?
Well,
if you fell there, that would have been so funny.
I know.
as I was talking about needing to know it. Yeah.
Luckily, since Gortho's a pro gamer.
And then immediately falls and voids.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna take my...
It says
Actually,
bongo.
don't listen to game audio for this because I like to be able to hear my button presses on my controller. Like I said before, 150 beats per minute to get it in one cycle.
Yeah, boys. I believe.
Nice.
Nice.
Nice. Let's go.
So this is like the last scary thing in my mind when I'm running this category.
Fire trial can be
especially-
pretty scary.
But it's just fire trial.
It's just fire trial. I kind of hate Fire Trial, I'm not gonna lie to you.
It's definitely the hardest in the trials, but
And then I'm gonna pick up this heart container just because it's right there. It makes fire trial a little easier. There's really like no point in not grabbing it as I miss
nice little
it.
health refill.
Yeah. I think most
But,
people who run this category probably like they grab this one.
Yeah, we've finished the last of the main dungeons, so
Ooh,
That's one of the
Yeah.
quests.
we finished another quest.
What all's left?
final stretch here.
We have to defeat Ganondorf and Ganon and dispel all barriers with light arrows. Those are the last two quests.
Gotcha.
Yes. Yeah, we're in the final stretch here. So, what are we thinking, Gortho? What time hoping for?
You're currently at 3:30-ish, 3:31 to beat Shadow.
I don't know. If it's not sub 4, I don't know, then I think definitely sub 405.
I think it's pretty close. Very doable.
Oh no, this was really good for a marathon run.
No, yeah, it was pretty much just that water temple.
Yeah.
This
just
happened.
the gear.
Again, could always change, you know, like...
Oh my gosh, I could die to Ganon. I could pull a Danny.
I mean, you did...
It's interesting because Ganondorf is actually we fight Ganondorf and then we fight Ganon, and Ganondorf is the harder boss, like by a lot.
Yeah.
So if you know what you're doing, Ganon kind of feels like this, like it's like a victory lap sort of thing, but it's just a lot easier.
I remember I was in chat one time and you like fell all the way down on Ganondorf. And I think you lost PB.
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably. That sounds about right. I was probably so mad.
No, because you said the run was already like bad or whatever, and so you just didn't care.
Imagine going through like 3.5, 4 hours of a run and just being like, well, this run's dead anyways. It's kind of the AMQ experience. Remember how we were saying that Sheik is definitely Sheik and not in a disguise?
About to have something revealed here in this cutscene. After another minute of, of no text.
What are y'all talking about? I haven't
No,
seen
nothing.
this
Nothing.
before.
Well, I think
Nothing?
someone
Okay.
was spoiled it earlier by saying that Sheik is actually
Oh,
Ganondorf.
yeah, it was Ganondorf. Yeah.
No, kitty.
Wait, so we're at the final boss already, dude. Let's go.
Yeah, we just gotta fight Ganondorf and then beat the trials and then we beat Ganon.
Dude, this might be world record.
Watch out, Smoggy. Oh, there's my cat.
You have 1 minute to beat Ganon to beat Smoggy.
Hold on, show the... Oh my god. No, wait, show the cat. She's like barely on the camera.
Here.
Kitty. My god, she's so cute.
Donate for the
Oh my
cat. Donate for the cat. Right, kitty? She's like,
What's her
please
name?
put me down.
What's the name of the cat?
Lily.
Oh, dude, I love cats so much. And probably, I mean, y'all probably can't tell. Gortho can probably tell I love cats, considering my profile picture has been the Wawa cat. Oh, the misery meme for.
I'm so sadly allergic to cats.
No.
Oh no,
Tragic.
indeed. Yeah, I've had this profile picture like ever since that was a meme. Get some colon threes in the chat.
You changed your Twitch name, Kadron?
Yeah.
Oh, Rip
Oh,
Game
did I
Boy.
not tell you? Like, actually?
No, and I've been off Twitch for a
Oh,
while.
Oh yeah, because you said like Game Boy, aka Cadron earlier. I was like about to say something, but I just didn't. like right at the start of.
By the way, we lied. Sheik is actually Zelda this whole time.
No fucking way, dude.
Isn't that crazy?
I mean, no hecking way. My bad.
Oh my goodness.
I didn't mean it. To be fair, I haven't said like anything naughty like since the last morning, so I was doing pretty good for a good 2 hours or whatever. My bad.
I'm gonna try and keep my streak through the whole way. This cutscene is like egregiously long. It's like almost 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's the longest like cutscene in the game, I think, other than credits.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we want to go ahead and like talk about donations again, or the runs coming up, incentives, stuff like that, this is like a perfect time to do so.
So I'm gonna make Grego stub his toe really hard out of spite, so he breaks his streak.
I can talk about donations. Yeah. By the way, hi. My name's Bridget. Didn't have a chance to say before, but if you're experiencing any host whiplash this segment, don't worry. I promise I'm the last one.
I believe you.
We're almost done here.
That's good. All right, so a little bit about us. I know we had a lovely little donation info reading by our last host, but we are the RPG Valkyries. They're an inclusive group of female and femme-leaning speedrunners who all love and run RPGs. If you want to join the Discord, please use !Discord for the link in chat. It's open to all people and all genders. They offer a cozy place for speedrunners of all games to chat and share stories and strategies. Whether you're a novice, an expert, or even simply a speedrunning enthusiast, you can find a comfy home here. So again, that's !Discord in chat for a link. And I believe we have a donation incentive going, do we not?
Do we?
Wait, I'm sorry.
Yeah, there
I'm
you go.
sorry.
I had to bring it up.
I got distracted. I'm sorry.
No worries.
I wasn't even listening until
That's all right. This is a long run.
It is.
I get it.
It's so long. We're like at
I'd be
the
tapped
stretch.
out by now.
No,
too.
no. My incentive was at the beginning of the run. I know there's another incentive coming up for a future run. So
Yeah, it's the Link's Awakening 100% reverse boss order incentive that we need to raise $250 for. So keep those donations coming.
But it sure would be nice if somebody dropped a very convenient $250 donation as we speak.
Really would.
Do it for the cat.
Presses fingers together.
So we're about to enter the trials. We end up needing to use a lot of the items that we got throughout the run. So even if we could skip dungeons, hypothetically, if we got to beat the trials, we still need to have the items from all those dungeons. I think even the long shot is required for the fire trial.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, we good.
Okay, forest trial is first. I need to re-equip Dins because I used FW. We don't want this guy to die, so please stay alive.
Yeah, if you kill the Wolfos, then plays a little cutscene with the chest spawning, and that loses time. So, gotta try and avoid his hits, but keep him alive.
Okay, that was very close. I almost had to
Yippee.
light the torches again. We need... Gonna collect the rupees in here.
Therm is really cool to try and do without the hover boots or the hook shot. Some messed up strategies you have to use.
I need magic. Okay, we're going to re-equip Kokiris, and we're going to put bottle over hookshot. You might not be able to tell, but I'm not very confident about that. When you stop running, I swear, it's like the equips are the first things to go.
I know a lot of runners use like spreadsheets for their equips, like especially longer categories where you have more glitches to do. Like you're going to be equipping stuff every 30 seconds or so. And Glitchless, there's a lot of time where you have streaks of like 5 or 10 minutes that you're not equipping stuff. But when you have like literally hundreds of equips in a long category, it can get really, really cumbersome to try and get them either all into memory or all into muscle memory. So people like to use different ways to try and remember them.
Usually putting them into memory comes first and then muscle memory second, like to where you don't even have to think about what to equip. It's just your hands equip everything for you, which is nice.
A good place to be.
Yeah, so you notice that a lot of the trials we go through very, very quickly. A lot of the neat strats we're
That
using
jump
just
there
in
is
general.
actually really annoying.
It is.
In my opinion, I hate doing that jump.
Yeah, dude. Oh my god. I tried to do it just from late memory because I knew it was a thing, but it was a little rough.
Okay, next is Shadow Trial, I'm pretty sure.
Shadow Trial is one of the harder trials to get through. Glitch,
Yeah.
but luckily it's not too bad in this category. The real monster is Fire Trial.
The real monster is Fire Trial in this category. Fire Trial, there will be like a Cameron manip. You have to worry about voiding, you have to watch your health, because we don't have Goron Tunic, etc., etc. Hook,
Rough.
lovers. Hello? Thank you.
We saw it in the water temple earlier, but you can hookshot like legs in this game.
I swing my sword there to actually stop the momentum of the hover boots. It makes it easier to control Link there a little.
Swinging the sword actually sets your speed to 0. So even if you have that like extra sliding momentum from the hover boots, you can stop yourself pretty quickly just by slashing.
This is magic right here. No, that's arrows. That is magic. Oh no, I need hovers still. Okay. No equips here. Here comes Fire Trial.
You know, like the effects you get when you walk into a kitchen and then you don't remember what you walked in there for?
Yes.
I get the same thing, but with the OT pause menu.
Like, why am I in here?
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll happen to me. I'll be like, I'll pause because muscle memory tells me to pause, and I'm like, wait, why am I doing this? My muscle memory, like, only works halfway. Here's the camera manip I was talking about.
Yeah,
Whoa, that was close.
Flame thing is an actor like any other, so it unmodes.
That was scary.
This is one of 2 uses for the golden gauntlets.
Man, I cannot remember my equips today. Monka.
Oh, this is so tight. Oh gosh. Oh my god, no! Oh, that's so sad.
Didn't bonk the door. It's okay though, because once you collect all the rupees, all you have to do is go back in and get across.
And then luckily, you also, like, when you beat a trial, exiting that trial gets set as your loading zone. So rather than coming in from the very start, we just come in from Shadow Trial.
That was crazy.
That was interesting. I haven't seen it that close before.
And then... Right, because I was supposed to have these equipped anyways. I know, if I didn't bonk the door, I might have made it.
No, you definitely would have.
Yeah.
Because you died, like, at the end of the bonk.
Yeah.
Not the...
Yeah. Rest in peace.
That's why Fire Trial can just be a little tricky, is the heat timer you have.
Makes it hard the whole way through.
Second use for the gauntlets.
Second and final. This is definitely like my favorite Link color scheme though. Mirror Shield and Golden Gauntlets and the Kokiri Tunic.
My favorite color scheme for him is the blue tunic with the mirror shield and the Begoran sword, but that's the one like all the 2009 like elite hackers used on YouTube on their videos about the unicorn fountain or whatever.
That's funny because I like the red tunic with the mirror shield.
I think the blue tunic's probably the most unpopular one. Most controversial tunic.
Yeah, well my favorite color has always been blue. I love blue. And I will defend blue tunic until the day I die.
I'm a fan of purple.
No way, dude, really? That's crazy. I like purple.
There's one trial left now. And we get to climb the tower.
Look for the Triforce on his forehead. Oh wait, are they gonna show him again?
It already happened, I think.
Oh man.
Yeah.
I didn't know about that until Spittle told me at GDQ. During his run. I was like shocked. And today
There's
I
a lot
learned
of
he was the
things
owl.
and stuff in this game. So upcoming in the next room is the single required use of bomb chews. Casually.
Okay, we need this. Sorry, I'm trying to convince myself.
Does that work? Does it hit the torch? Oh.
Oopsies.
You only have 23 more tries. Make sure.
I know. Wait. 23.
Yeah, there's a 20 bomb chew chest on that room.
Oh, yeah. Shout out to Danny B for this few frame time save.
Yeah, whenever you're, like, you have the shield on your shoulder, it is actually, like, it has those reflective properties, even though you're not properly shielding it. So if you are clever about the way that you move Link, you can actually get the shield to point in the right direction. But it's often pretty precise.
All right. One more main quest. Oh man. I'm running this at pace this fall. First weekend of November. And I'm running it on Faster Quest there, which makes it significantly shorter, because...
Like almost 2 hours.
Yeah. Faster Quest removes cutscenes. All the text is fast text. It just makes it so much shorter.
Much more manageable.
Okay, we
Are you
have
doing the...
Double Knuckle coming up.
Are you doing that like online, or are you going?
Oh no,
to pace?
I'm going to pace.
I haven't been at pace before, so I don't know.
I live like right next to pace. So. Monka. My health is so monka. So the next enemy to fight is Double Knuckle. And it's kind of a scary fight. It's pretty easy to die.
Are you doing the strat?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you'll see here in a second, but you can fight both Knuckles simultaneously. If you, like, center yourself. You just kind of fight them, like, symmetrically. But it's a lot more prone to being difficult than other Knuckles.
Woo! That
Nice.
was scary. Give me health.
But you're gonna get a refill from Ganondorf.
Oh yeah. I'm just like, low health, I see health, I take health.
You didn't even have the beeping sound.
I was still scared, okay?
Just like me, for real.
It's been a long time, okay? We're all kind of out of it right now. Oops. Okay.
The final boss of Glitchless AMQ, Ganondorf. The final quest, if you will.
The beginning of the final quest.
There's a few ways to do this fight. Glitchlessly, you'll only really ever see people do it with either bottle or the sword. But it's kind of like the Phantom Ganon fight. You need to reflect the orbs of light that he shoots at you back into him. And Goodgortho's going to use the bottle, which is kind of like an Easter egg. It makes it a lot easier, even though it intuitively doesn't make a lot of sense that the bottle would be able to reflect the magical orbs of light. So
It allows us to keep a jump slash stored. Too, which
it's
is
really
nice.
difficult to try and use a crouch stab. So you can't just store a jump slash and then crouch stab the ball.
In strategy, that's flasking for trouble.
Jarring. Flasking.
I
Jarring!
love it.
That's funny.
That was a good.
And the other thing that makes this kind of difficult in Glitchless is that it's sort of the same deal as Bongo, where you need to time your crouch stabs. It's a little more lenient, but it's still easy to mess up. So
Like that.
yeah.
Damn. Yeah, so you need a 10 Master Sword stabs here.
You have 2 frames to hit him.
Which sounds tighter than it is, but it's like a 1/10.
Yeah, Ocarina of Time runs at 20 frames per second. So when we talk about frame perfect in this game, it's like a 3-frame window in a lot of games, which is really not too difficult. Some frame perfect tricks are harder than others. It's all about context and visual cues.
So now we have Collapse and then the final boss. I feel like we keep being like, okay, the end of the run is coming. It's coming. Like it's only.
I remember even I said like 45 minutes ago. So we just have one dungeon left. One interesting little note, I talked about how some things are used for things that don't really make a whole lot of sense. Getting caught by the Gerudo guards. Well, I guess there's a cutscene that's going to play later of the tower collapsing down like onto the ground. And if you have already watched that cutscene and you like died again, then it doesn't make you rewatch that cutscene, even if you have to redo the whole tower sequence. The flag that sets that is actually the same flag that they use for the like getting caught by the Gerudos. If you get caught by the Gerudos, it sets the flag saying that you've watched the collapse cutscene. So, I mean, you'll still see it play, and that's because they had it reset the cutscene at the start of collapse now when we beat Ganondorf. But a lot of categories actually wrong warp past beating Ganondorf through the end of the game, like in this collapse sequence. And so, if you wrong warp like that, and you've also gotten caught by the Gerudos, then you get to skip the collapse cutscene. Sort of an interesting, like, reuse of flags that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, but allows us to save time. And then when she has time to set it up before she gets to the doors, you'll see Gortho going in to see up like this. That's not actually just to like save time in lag, like from pointing the camera away, but for some reason, and I don't remember exactly the reason, being in first person when a cutscene starts will make it go faster. And it saves time, more time in some places than others, but here it saves enough time that it's absolutely worth going for. There's actually one chest in the trials, the first chest in the light trial room, that going in a C-up will save like half a second. It's crazy.
Yeah, I think the Iron Boots chest also saves like half a second.
Yeah.
Ortho, do you think you can get the kiss here?
I'm gonna try. I'm pretty bad at it, not gonna lie.
Yeah, so in the final hallway with the gate, Zelda is walking like straight from behind, like in a straight line towards the wall. And so if you center yourself perfectly on the door, then the hitboxes are like exactly aligned, and so she doesn't push you out of the way, and it looks like they're kissing because they're like the hitboxes are overlapping. Maybe we'll see it here in a second.
Dude. No!
Redead and talk to Zelda, nice.
Moment true.
Yes!
Nice.
We got it!
Let's go!
Kisser reset.
It's a valid run.
It's valid.
It's finally a good run.
That saves like frames. It's like not significant at all, but it's fun to go for.
What time am I at right now?
You are currently at 4 flat.
Okay.
So 4 or 5 probably.
Yeah.
4 or 5 or 3, 4 or 5.
Yeah, well, you're like 401 now.
And we watched intro, so
This is that collapse cutscene. This cutscene actually has variable time to it. The rocks that fall down from the tower are RNG, and depending on how many are on the screen, the game will lag a pretty significant amount, even on the Wii. So we hope for good RNG. I think it could vary by as much as like 2 seconds, which
Yeah,
in
the
shorter
cutscene-
categories is huge.
Yeah, like, the cutscene actually accounts for how much lag is on N64. And so it, like, sets the music or whatever is stopped at a certain time. I forgot exactly what it was. It accounts for that lag, and so on some consoles with, like, less of it, does it line up properly.
I think that's in Majora's Mask, not Ocarina
Uh,
of Time. Maybe it's in this game
I
too,
know,
though.
no, I know it's a thing in Majora's Mask. It's also a thing with the castle collapse sequence here.
Gotcha.
I know there's a thing with it. I don't know precisely what it is, but I know it exists and it's something along that line.
Gotcha.
Because the MSO, like the Switch version, had like Lua scripts to make the lag to line up. Here.
okay.
Hope we don't die again. And
Don't die again, and
Surely not.
Ganon's
Surely
attacks
that'll
do
never
4 damage, so as long as we have 4 hearts, we can take at least 1 hit.
I don't know when the last time I like actually took a hit from Ganon was. I'm not gonna lie to you.
It's definitely a nerves thing. It's possible, but
Yeah.
so I stored a jump slash with the Master Sword before I went into the cutscene. Come on. That allows me to just do 3 hits here, opposed to usually it would take like 10 hits if it was just hammer value. But because the game thinks I have the Master Sword, or is doing, oh my, Master Sword values,
You into it?
it is a lot easier and faster. I was running to defeat Ganon for so long that I forgot what it's like to fight this boss as adult.
yeah.
Okay.
Okay, time is coming up. Once Link does the final slash on Ganon and Gortho loses control.
And time.
GG.
Thank you.
All right.
It's nice.
Oh my gosh. That was so fun.
That was about 401 and change.
So without intro, like a 57 something.
No, it was.
No,
it was.
I was including intro.
Oh,
Or
right.
Excluding
401.
intro, I guess.
Nice. Thank you
Hey,
everyone for the
there's more.
GGs. Thank you, Grego and Kadrin, for commentating with me.
It's my pleasure.
You're welcome.
Thank you
Hee
to SRR for having me. This was fun. And I hope to raise some money. I know Ice Blue is up next with more Zelda, so
Good luck
should
to
be
you,
nice.
Ice Blue.
yeah, good luck.
Thank y'all for having me. It was fun. Thank you, Grego, for carrying the entire commentary. Yeah, it was a really good run, actually. Like,
Very clean. Not a lot of mistakes.
yeah. We had some fun moments. And excited for the next Zelda games.